Good afternoon, all of you. Hope you are doing fine. Those who have joined in already.
Good morning, Prof.
Yes, good morning.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Yes, very good afternoon. Very good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Morning,
Good
Professor.
Morning, Prof. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you, Mr. Petson?
How are you, Dr. Asif?
I'm fine. Lindley, how are you? You have
Yeah,
traveled back?
fine.
Okay, wonderful. We'll be starting within the next few minutes. So, of course, today we have 19 presenters. Let me see. Zheng Hao, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here,
Oh,
Professor.
yes. You are
Good
keeping
afternoon.
your camera off. Can we see you? Oh, there you are.
I think you can see me, right?
Right. So why you're hiding yourself? It's good. Okay.
Good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you
Okay.
doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, Prof.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, rather. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine, Prof.
Okay. Wonderful. We'll start in 2 minutes time.
Greetings from Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Afternoon, Prof.
Yes. Good afternoon. Good morning, Taurai. How are you?
I'm fine, Prof.
Okay. Looking forward to listening to one of your exciting paper today as well.
Thank you, Prof.
Good afternoon, Prof. How are you?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Petridge. How are you doing?
I'm good, Prof.
Okay, wonderful to see you and looking forward to your presentation on the ramification of revenue diversification.
Yes.
All right. Good.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Good afternoon, I don't know.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Sohail. How are you?
Yeah, fine, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine. So are you still in London or you have flown back?
Just I reach Abu Dhabi.
You just reached Abu Dhabi now.
Just
Okay.
I reach. I think I come quickly, just maybe
Okay.
half hour before to open.
Okay. Okay, wonderful, Dr. Sohail. Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for joining in. Dr. Sohail will be also one of our panelists today, together with Dr. Dona. How are you, Dr. Dona?
Thank
Fine, thank you, Prof. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So we'll have today as well Dr. Sohail Nasser also as a panelist together with your good self. Then we'll also have Dr. Aladad joining in as well as a panelist. So it looks together an exciting final day of presentation.
No problem. Thank
Right.
you.
So it's 1:30 here in Malaysia. So as promised, let us start our final day. So ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the final day of this ICBET 2024. This is the day number 3, 23rd of August 2024. And today we are going to have a 19 paper presentation across 3 tracks. And the tracks are going to be social dimension, followed by teaching and learning, and then digital business. So we look forward some exciting and new ways of information and other things from the participants. So with no further delay, we'll start with our first paper presenter from China, and it's going to be presenting on adoption of human resource information systems in selected public universities in Hebei province, China. Zhang Hao Chao, all the best to you. And please note, you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Let us kindly be focused with the time frame. All the best.
Hey,
You may start
yep.
sharing your screen. Yeah.
Hi, Professor. Did you see my share the PowerPoint?
Yes, it is
Yeah,
visible.
perfect.
That's what, right?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, guys. Hi, professors. Good afternoon, and thank you for the listening my present. And then today I will present the paper title. Name is Adoption of Human Resource Information System in the Selected Public University in Hebei Province in China. Okay, and I also from China. So for the introduction, the adoption of human resource information system is critical to enhancing the efficiency and the structured compatibility of human resource management in educational institutions. This study investigates the implementation and impact of HRIS in selected public universities in Hebei Province, China. Okay, the adoption and effectiveness of human resource information system in the higher education sector in China have become a top of increasing interest and importance in recent years. As the higher education landscape in China continues to evolve and modernize, and universities and colleges are facing new challenges in managing their human resource effectively. Okay, for the background, since China formally started the 1978 reform and opening up policy, its higher education system has been a significant component of this process through developing higher skills workers and encouraging the adoption of new technologies. Higher education has played vital roles in China's economic growth. China's advancements in higher education over the last 40 years had a significant worldwide influence, as it has consistently been the top countries of the origin for international university students. The Chinese education system is the biggest government-operated education system globally. The quality has significantly gotten better in recent decades because to going on change and substantial investment. Students from school in China's Beijing, Shanghai, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang achieved to the top results in the 2018 PICA evaluations. So that's for the Hebei Province provincial universities. So at least 15 universities, and the red was for the 3 universities in the Tongsan city. And now I also select 3 Tongsan cities for the data because I'm from Tangshan. So for the scope of the research, implementing human resource information system at the Hebei Province public universities in China's education sector posed a notable challenge and potential. The data obtained through interviews based on the 3 universities in Tongsan City as a research object. This study is related to analyze the effectiveness of adoption of HRIS in selected public universities of China. The study seeks to evaluate the perspective of the employee of these universities in Hebei Province to determine their viewpoint about the adoption of HRIS in their universities. Okay, for the literature review, the literature study of the discuss the use of the information technology in human resource management and its use in education. In the field of the HR, technology is recognized for improving the effectiveness and efficiency of HR managers' tasks. In the area of the education, it is observed that technology enhances teaching and learning, making the process more engaging compared and former models. For the research objective, The main goal for the study is to investigate the adoption and the use of HRIS and how it can improve universities' performance. To explore the current level and use and effectiveness of HRIS in the human resource department in Hebei Province public universities. For the research question is how do the HR departments apply and implement HRIS in the public university of Hebei Province, China? Take 3 universities in Tangshan City as the research subject. For the research methodology, in this study, the quantitative methodology is employed, and this study is related to analyze the effectiveness of adoption of HRIS in the selected public university of China. Hence, the study seeks to evaluate the perspective of the employee of this university in China to determine their viewpoints about the adoption of the HRIS in their universities. Design the interview and building the interview questions and obtain the first-hand data to analyze. And this study conducted with manager and HR workers in the 10 interviews on each universities. That's I designed the interviews for the HR and data administration. At least 10 questions, and when I asked them questions and just follow up, what they say. Okay. For the data analysis, the duration of each interview segment was about half hour. The interviews took place at their office, giving them the opportunity to recollect, explain, and recall their use of the HRIS. Okay, that's the result for what did they say. Through the data and for the summary of the finding shows that content, timelines, and flexibility are essential for boosting the usage of HRIS in China public university. To put it easily, the HRIS must support a number of aspects that are linked to system quality, such as timeliness and simplicity of use, content, and adaptability. As a result, these elements will improve user satisfaction, the usage of HRIS, and the performance of the organizations. The results also shows that HRIS adoption could not be expanded until it was planned to the maximize for real expense and save time. And to use HRIS application and put in the place a problem-solving system, one needs education, training, and experience. Okay, for the contribution. According to this research, providing staff the right training will enable them to reap the true benefits of the HRIS. It also points out that redesigning HRIS to meet the user needs can improve their organizations, right? Through data analysis, it shows that one of the most important success criteria for the successful use of HRIS within the organization in their users training needs with regard for the comprehending and carrying out for the duty use HRIS. Okay. Okay, so I move for the recommendations. So the result of this study has demonstrated for the primary cause of the organization reluctance to adopt HRIS in their lack of confidence. in their system usefulness or their lack of funding for its implementation because it's the system adoption and operation cost. Okay, this will raise the knowledge of its ease of use, speed at which information may be processed. Okay, for the conclusion. The study conclude that while HRIS adoption has both measurable benefits to HR management in the served universities, okay, and the support system and efficiently to overcoming exciting challenges and maximizing the potential of the HRIS. Okay, so that's any question for the. So that's the part for the question and answer. Thank you for listening. Sorry, that's a little bit fast. So because the last 2 days I saw you always tell us to keep the 10 minutes. So I just follow. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, Jiang Shao. Okay, I will go with the panelist. So maybe Dr. Donna.
Sure, Prof. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So my first question to you is, what are the main challenges or barriers faced by these public universities in adopting HRIS?
Because for the challenge in the like now, like the university, because I work in the university, and although working like the HR department, so I know the China's universities is going up, right? Compared to the last 40 years before. So now we use the system is old, and we lack of the experience for the training the workers, training for the how to use it HRS. Because use HRS, we can more contact. We can use the app, and the very easy to solve it, like the decision making, like the save the time, like that. But now system is old because we didn't spend more money and we didn't spend time for the training. So that's the challenges. Because Chinese university, we want to get the top, right? We want to get the higher levels, but we need change. That's also the challenge for us, right?
So can you give a specific example where, the HRIs has significantly improved the HR process or decision making?
Mm-hmm. Like because I go to the meeting to other high-level universities, I know they use the very high system because they can use the keywords and then go to the system. Everybody can go to the system and get the information, get the data. Because they don't need contact more. They just go to the system and then they can get any data, like the from the sorry, how to say? For example, the new staff going to universities, and then for the training, okay, for the check the timetable, like check the anything, because they link each department together, and then they can use the website and check everything. But now we need to use the phone contact each department. It's very low and very low effectiveness. I can see.
Okay. Thank you. I think Dr. Sohail had one question.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Actually, highly appreciated your effort, Zingauka. So just I think if you add some limitation in your research, maybe that would be, I don't know exactly. I mean, the limitation for this research. Am I right?
Limitation.
Yeah, exactly. What's the limitation?
For my paper for this research, although thinking the limitation because I chose the 3 universities in the Tangshan, right?
Yeah.
Because in the Hebei province is very huge. They have the maybe 20, 30 cities. But now I can select just very close in my city, so I can select 3 provincial universities. That's the limitation because that's the very small area. Maybe that's the data is not very correct.
Absolutely.
But
Thank you so much.
for the next step, I will check the data, improve the data from other city. But although in the Hebei province, because China is so huge.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation, Zhengao. Thank you. And now we move on to our second presenter for today. There was an interesting topic that was presented by Zheng Hao on the adoption of HRIS. Now we move on to our second presenter today, and it's going to be from Zimbabwe. And the second presenter is going to present on evaluating the efficacy of common law in resolving labor disputes in Zimbabwe, a critical analysis by Sangari Tarai. Okay, so Sangari, you may start sharing your screen. All the best to you.
Prof, I'm trying to share.
Okay, sure, please.
Can you see it now? Nice.
No, we cannot see.
Nice. Bob.
We cannot see you also. We only see the backdrop.
Bear with me. I'm just trying to organize myself here. How is it now?
Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah. Okay. Please start.
It's fine. I'm sorry. It seems my camera is malfunctioning, but be rest assured that it's me, Prof.
I know it's you. I am rest assured. Okay, carry on. All right.
Thank you, sir. The title of my presentation is Evaluation of Efficacy of Common Law in Resolving Labor Dispute in Zimbabwe, a Critical Analysis. Introduction. Employers and employees both need production to achieve their varied interests. The employers in private sector are driven by the need to maximize the profit, while employees derive livelihood and social status from employment. The industrial relations, which is the relationship between employer and employee, is regulated by law as a way to guide coexistence in the labor market. Zimbabwe uses both statutory and common law as intervention for sustained production in industry. The focus of this study is on the common law, which is judge-made law that would be used in the future cases precedents. Its origins are from feudalism and slavery, where the employee had no or very limited rights. Its application is based on the legal theory that views law as given, be it fair or unfair, for as long as it is enforced by the state. The background to it is that the study is premised on the view that conflict is inherent and inevitable between employers and employees because they hold different interests as they agree to work together. So, because of varied interests, conflict is inherent. The employer welcomes common law because it confers employee subordination. It also confers duties of good faith. It also confers termination of contract on notice. It allows the employer to pay damages in lieu in an event of unfair dismissal. The use of common law reflects an embedded unfair labor practice towards employees. At law, the contract of employment is viewed as a binding agreement between two concerned parties. Yet it is the employer who drafts the contract of employment, and the employee is pushed to sign the contract due to poverty and has no bargaining power as an individual for a better salary and better working condition. Zimbabwe changed its socialist ideology, which it adopted in 1980. In 1980s, that's when Zimbabwe was founded, when it found its independence from Britain, and it was through a protracted war, and as a result, it adopted then a socialist ideology. But in 1990, it adopted the capitalist ideology as was dictated by IMF and the World Bank in order to access funds, and it was made to adopt economic structural adjustment policy, ESAP. Along the way, an incident happened that shocked the whole nation, where common law application was applied through a landmark judgment that caused 30,000 people to be terminated on a notice. So a closer look at the prevailing industrial relations in Zimbabwe private sector would reflect the effectiveness of common law as a dispute resolution. The scope of the research, the study is focused on the efficacy of common law as a dispute resolution mechanism in private sector organizations in Zimbabwe, where capitalism as mode of production to maximize the profit is used. The literature from Zimbabwe, Africa, and other continents was reviewed to establish the effectiveness of common law on a global view. Theories like the natural law theory, which looks at the fairness, was looked at thoroughly, and in conjunction with the natural law theory, the study also realized that the natural law theory dovetails with the democratic management styles, like management by objectives. And it also in line and in sync with the pluralist approach in industrial relations, where pluralist view acknowledges that conflict is inherent, but conflict is progressive. Also, there was a look at positive law theory, which looks at law as given, and this theory dovetails or agrees with the unitarist industrial relations approach, where the perception is that the organization is created by the owner and labor is a cost. You are hired and you could be fired because you are not you are not the owner of the organization. And this approach dovetails and agrees with the scientific management approaches, where labor is viewed as a cost and employee views are not considered, and the flow of information is monodirectional. There was also look at the Marxist theory, which looks at law as a tool of oppression used to perpetuate the class struggle. And this also is in line with the Marxist industrial relations approach, where Marx is advocating that workers of the world should unite and overthrow capitalism, because it is suppressive and oppressive. And again, the realist law theory dovetails and agrees with the industrial relations theory, where law is what the judges say is law. And according to Marxists, judges belong to the elite class, which is also where employers belong. So when they descend down to pass judgments, they come with the pseudo justice because they wouldn't affect their fellow class. The objective, Mr. Chairman, is to analyze the effectiveness of common law in resolving labor disputes in Zimbabwe, and also to propose alternative labor dispute management and resolution strategies model for private sector organization in Zimbabwe. The question follows. Methodology. The study used pragmatism, research philosophy, that is positivism and the interpretivism. The study used mixed research designs, questionnaire, face-to-face interviews were used as data collection tools. A census of 25 companies listed on Victoria Stock Exchange had a total of 36,372, and 16 questionnaires were distributed to each company for a total of 400 respondents, of which 314 responded. In-depth interviews for informed respondents were determined by saturation for targeted groups of employees, lawyers, trade union, human resources and managers, and labor officers. Focus groups of 3 groups on targeted participants, employees, human resources and managers, and lawyers were conducted. Data analysis, quantitative, I used SPSS, qualitative themes. Summary of finding. Common law was found not to be very effective in dispute resolution. It follows that it was very expensive financially and time consuming. The employees could not afford the legal fees and other related costs. Most cases thereafter would be prescribed. By prescription, it means that nobody will follow on them and then they lapse. Inherently biased towards employees, whereas the employees is a duty of subordination. The employer can discipline the employee. Therefore, there is perpetual dysfunctional conflict between the parties. Common law processes within the courts of law are very adversarial to the extent of breaking the relationship beyond reconciliation. The common law processes are too legally, technically, and they have lots of gatekeeping by lawyers to the extent that self-actors, those who will be representing themselves, normally quit before conclusion of the cases. The common law in itself lacks morality. It doesn't consider circumstances or feelings of employees because it is driven by the fact that law is law, fair or unfair, but for as long as it is enforced by the state. Therefore, it creates a disharmony at workplace. It eliminates dialogue. It creates suspicion, mistrust, and increased dysfunctional conflict. Contribution. The cry, Mr. Chairman, is that the study raised the need for law to change with times, not to be stuck to the medieval ghost of precedents. Contemporary law should consider employees as human capital. Recommendation. Use of alternative dispute resolution model proffered by this study below. There is a model as per objective that is below. Creation of labor division within Supreme Court, which considers employees' circumstances and feelings. Establishment of industrial labor courts to separate labor disputes from criminal cases. Enact more statutes law that replace negative common law. Use of ICT technology for e-case management to expedite conclusion of labor cases. Mr. Kovina said, this is never mind where it is written in Fig 2.7 conceptual model. When I was developing this, initially it was a conceptual model, but it eventually became the proposed model. And basically in this model, you can see in blue here, I'm looking at preventative strategies. Here, I'm looking at corrective strategies. Here, I'm looking at alternative dispute resolution strategies. Here, I'm looking at relational educated strategies. All this section is looking at worker, employee and employers trying to find each other before the case goes out of hand. Thereafter, if honestly the two parties could not find each other, then the case can flow to the courts and eventually to Supreme Court. Conclusion, common law should be abolished in Zimbabwe like other progressive jurisdictions and only left to novel cases to avoid legal vacuum. Common law in Zimbabwe is very unfair to employees. It benefits lawyers and is a weapon used by employers to coerce employees to work. The dominant law used in industrial relations is determined by the economic ideology of the country. Zimbabwe currently is torn between socialism and capitalism. I rest my case. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much for the presentation today. Okay. Well, Dr. Soil, you want to have some clarification on this presentation, please?
Thank you so much. Actually, Sangari, he explained a lot. But just I'd like to ask you, Sangari, also about that. Just if you could conclude the recommendation at the end. I mean, okay, from your research or at after the finding and the results.
The recommendation is
Brief,
basically to say if we could persuade the government to deal away with common law, because its origin is still affecting the workers, and we can only leave it. I understand the reason why it exists as common law, because there could be a case that would be very novel, that had no statute backing, but it would be confined to those very particular limited, rather than digging from the ghosts of the past that creates the common law.
Thank you so much. Here, is that will impact the strategy of the employee and employer, or what do you think?
I didn't get you, Prof.
The strategy, because you mentioned here, is that will impact on the strategy of the employee in general?
Yes, definitely. It will usher a common ground where employers and employees would have to find each other on dispute resolution rather than to depend on third parties. So internal structures would make them discuss issues when they've got a dispute and try to resolve within the before the case goes to the third parties.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the clarification, Tare. Okay, so Tare, what is your main contribution of the study, please?
My main contributions and my cry is I have seen other jurisdictions, Prof. They've dealt away with common law. This is a baggage coming from colonial legacy. This is a baggage that you have a perception of a worker as a weaker partner in a contract of employment. Yet things are moving. We are now talking of human resources as human capital, where we are saying labor have got a voice in production. So let's have a bureaucratic and human resource, human relations approaches to contemporary production lines.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tare, for that presentation. All the best to you.
Thank you very much, Undated. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Right, we have our next presenter presenting from Zimbabwe. Our next presenter is going to talk about the assessment of moderating influence of university policies on the relationship between university mode of funding and their performances. Adrian Mugodza. Okay. Are you able to hear me, Edwin? You have to unmute. And kindly switch on the camera, please.
I'm having a challenge on my video.
Okay,
But
never mind.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please start.
Yesterday, I presented on that title. Today, I have the...
You are doing the effect of modes of funding on the
Yes.
performance of Zimbabwe state universities, insights from administrator. Okay.
Yes, that's
Like
the one that I'm
you
presenting today.
you have swapped off. Okay, fine. All right, please
Okay.
start presenting. All the best.
Thank you, Prof. Asifi. All protocols observed. My name is Adrien Mugodza. I am a student with Binary University and I am from Zimbabwe. The title of my thesis is The Effects of Modes of Funding on the Operational Performance of Zimbabwe State Universities, Insights from Administrators. Generally, universities produce graduates. I think I'm having a problem on my slideshow. Let me try to...
We can see your slide.
All right. Okay.
Just to close
Yeah.
the document recovery, please, that will be better. If you could close the document recovery here in the
Yes, I did
right
now.
side. Yeah.
Thank you. Generally, universities produce graduates after attaining degrees and also produce research, community service, innovation, and industrialization as drivers of national development, making their performance a cause of concern. According to Lilfau and Pusel in 2019, all higher and tertiary education institutions were leaders in research, community service, and the dissemination of sustainability information. Universities produce human capital for the nation, which drives national development. So in Zimbabwe, universities are on the forefront to propel Vision 2030, which aims to see the nation an upper middle economy by that year. My background of the studies, performance of universities are a cause of concern because it defines the development of any country or region in the world. Performance of public universities in the world have been on the decline due to dwindling funding from the main funder, which is the government. UNESCO 2022, Lipol and Jongbloed, Hicks in 2021, and the other authors that I've highlighted there, highlighted that public university education across the world have been faced with diminishing funding support from their governments in spite of rapid demand in higher education in the world these days, thereby affecting the quality of performance in universities. UNESCO reports that in Africa, funding for research and innovation was on the decline as the economies failed to sustain demands in social costs. In Zimbabwe, in particular, for instance, current studies show that performance of public universities were on the decline as benchmarked against the regional and international universities, as highlighted by those different authors. The introduction of Education 5.0 framework in Zimbabwe, anchored on teaching and learning, community service, research, innovation, and industrialization through heritage-based education, faces greater risk from lack of private capital to drive this national imperative, as highlighted by the different.
Adrian?
I think there's disconnect maybe.
Yes, maybe the audio part has been disconnected. Let's see, the audio is on. Are you able to hear me, Adrian? What's that?
She may be facing technical challenges. Let me confirm.
Okay, I think she's reconnecting. Let's see. We'll just wait for a few moments and see. If she's unable to reconnect at the moment, then maybe we'll go on to the next presenter, then we'll give her the floor back when she comes in. Just bear with us for a few moments.
Yeah, maybe she has internet connection problem. That's why.
I think she joined back.
Oh, that's
Okay, are
great.
you able to hear me now, Edwin?
Hello,
Edwin, Edwin, are you able to hear me? Edwin, are you there? I see you here. Are you able to hear me, please, Edwin? Just one moment, please. Okay, I think we are having some network issue on the other side with Edwin. I've just sent her a message that she can join back when the things are okay with her end, right? Okay, we move on to our next presenter, and our next presenter, next topic is going to be on unleashing the potential of learning with LMS, learning experience redefined in the digital era. Of course, a paper of mine, and it is co-authored by Ajwad Mahabub Karim and Parveer Singh. Ajwad and Parveer are the youngest participant in this conference. They are at the bachelor's level and at the SEM 1 of the bachelor level. So that again, it reflects on our universities, binary universities ecosystem that we try to develop young researchers who has insight to do some research work and activities. So all the best. You may start, please. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Prof, for a lovely introduction. So, myself, Ajwad Mahbub Karim, and I have my fellow co-author, Parveer Singh, who would be assisting us with the presentation as well. So, to start with, the introduction. So, for the just a second. Okay. So, introduction. The development of technology, information, and communication today brings various conveniences to the technology users. Fulfilling people's information and communication needs can be done anywhere, anytime, quickly, and in real time. FND et al. 2016 describes this change as the world is flat, referring to a situation where, due to technological advances, the world is no longer limited by national borders and time zones. The education sector has formidable challenges and opportunities in using technology for learning. Khotima et al. 2020. The old education system only focused on teachers, books, and memorization methods, which were too monotonous, causing learning to be boring for students. The background. In the context of the paper, the major focus is the underutilization of LMS features in higher education institutions, thus leading to experiences that are not at their best. In fact, though many institutions have adopted the LMS, more often it is used for not more than providing some basic functions like content distribution and admission, which does not harness the full potential of LMS for an interactive, engaging learning environment. This is caused by a mix of factors: inadequately prepared instructors, students insufficiently assisted, and institutional practices loosely harnessed to what is possible via LMS. Lastly, for me, the scope of the research. The present paper elaborates on how LMS can be utilized to move pedagogically practices towards increasing students' engagement and enhancing overall learning outcomes within the higher education.
So thank you to Prof. Dr. Asif and Ajwat. So I'll be moving on with the literature review. So online learning in the education sector may now be built and developed on various learning management system, LMS, platforms that are accessible on the internet. Essential features of LMS include assignments, discussions, quizzes, and rooms for uploading learning materials that teachers may use to support the learning process. Hariyanti et al. 2017. Non-technical factors: equitable mastery of technology, lack of online learning experience, high internet costs, the perception that technology is not suitable for children, and so on, that teachers and students have when using online learning systems are inseparable from the digital literacy that teachers have. Putro et al. 2020. So several indicators demonstrate that they require increasing digital literacy knowledge so that teachers may optimize the learning processes more easily by using digital technology. Nada and Indrawan 2023. So moving from there, now we are going into research objectives and questions. So the research objectives are, first of all, to identify the current issues of using LMS in higher education and to explore how one can optimize LMS to get good learning experiences. The questions are, what are the current issues using LMS in higher education and how to optimize LMS to get good learning experiences? So, as for the research methodology, in this research, qualitative methods is used to effectively gain the results. Focus group discussions was used for the primary research and study of the journals, websites, books, and newspapers, etc. are taken place in regards to getting the knowledge for secondary or desk research. For this, two focus group was considered. Firstly, the students and then the teachers. Each group had 10 members. So now I'll pass it on to Prof. Dr. Asif to continue this.
Thank you very much, Ajwad and Parveer. Now, let us look into the analysis which were done based on thematic component. Firstly, the group of the focus, which were based upon the students. Among the main issues that we found among the data analysis were user experience and usability. Well, the students generally perceive the ease of use and the intuitive design of LMS as critical to their overall learning experience. That was a common theme that came out of our research. As an effective LMS is one that is user-friendly with a clear and organized interface that allows students to navigate through course materials, assignments, and communication tools without difficulty. Secondly, we saw engagement and interaction. The level of student engagement and interaction within an LMS is a key indicator of its effectiveness. For instance, students report higher satisfaction with LMS platform that are interactive features such as discussion forum, real-time feedback, quizzes, and other collaborative tools. So those are the LMS that students are looking forward in this type of digital era that we are in currently. Followed by the accessibility and flexibility, because the LMS platform that provides accessibility across multiple devices, as these days we are all being blessed with so many different type of gadgets. Some are using smartphones, some are using tabs, some are using laptops, and so many different type of devices that people can log in these days. So the accessibility and flexibility has to be there, and offer flexible access to the learning materials are highly valued by the students. Now, if we want to see the analysis from the teacher's point of view, our other focus group that we had, so first content was the course management and contents. Teachers find LMS platforms effective when they streamline the process of course management, such as uploading and organizing the content, scheduling the lessons as per the lesson plans, and tracking student progress. Now, that is one of the most important criteria when we are using an LMS, to track the students' progress, because many of the adult students will have their own pace of learning. Of course, it's flexible, so they learn at their own pace. So if as a course, if I'm delivering a course online, if I cannot actually track the progress, so such type of thing is one of the main issues that have been found out. Communication and collaboration too. The effectiveness of an LMS is often judged by the quality and the variety of communication and collaboration tool that it embeds. For example, the value that LMS facilitate must clearly communicate with students through, for example, an announcement platform. It must have an email integration. It must have discussion boards, and of course, live chat features as important part. And the embedding of different platforms of delivery can be Zoom, can be there, Teams can be there, so they can be all plug and play important part in that particular elements. Assessment and feedback mechanism for the teachers consider LMS effective when they provide a robust and versatile assessment and feedback tools that support various assessment type. Example, like a teacher may give in quizzes, they may have assignments, exam, peer assessment. So different mix of assessments are there. So that keeps the LMS actually very lively and very interactive for people from global perspective to participate. And of course, the automated grading system. Now I pass on to Parveer to talk on the summary of findings. Thank you.
So now we are going to talk about the summary of findings. So the first of all, it is the usability and navigation challenges alongside with technical difficulties and system downtime, limited mobile accessibility, lack of engagement and interactive features, complexity in course management, and the last one, inadequate assessment tools. Now I will pass it on to Ajot.
Okay, so the next is recommendations. So our recommendations would be to redesign LMS interfaces to be more intuitive and user-friendly. With streamlined navigation and a simplified layout, this involves reducing clutter, using clear labels and icons, and providing easy access to frequently used tools and resources. Then optimize LMS platforms for mobile devices, ensuring full functionality on smartphones and tablets. So basically, we know now to do any work regarding LMS, we often prefer laptop since we can use its full functionality there. But we want to optimize the LMS platforms in smartphones as well. This includes to developing a responsive design that adapts to different screen sizes and improving the mobile app experiences with offline access to key materials, so that it's not necessary for you to have an internet connection throughout the time you want to use it. Lastly, for recommendation, incorporate more interactive elements such as gamification, real-time quizzes, virtual simulations, and collaborative tools to enhance student engagement. Also integrate social learning tools like forums, peer review systems, and group projects to foster collaboration and interaction. Next, for conclusion, is by implementing these recommendations, educational institutions and LMS providers can significantly improve the experience of both students and teachers, making LMS platforms more effective, engaging, and secure. Since the world is now very much focused and relied on LMS platforms or systems, we want it to be improved and to be on its best possible way. So lastly, for conclusion is, these changes can lead to higher satisfaction levels, improve learning outcomes, and a more robust digital education environment. And that's pretty much it from us, and we are open for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see Prof. Sulu is here. Prof, if you are able to hear us.
Yes, Professor, I'm here.
Yeah. Prof, any comments on the presentation, Prof?
Okay, this is not quite my area of expertise, but since all of us use some form of LMS in our teaching and our learning, as well as in our daily lives, the first question, or the first, I think, significant recommendation is the availability of these LMS tools onto mobile platforms like your smartphone or your laptop, because students walk and live with these gadgets day in, day out. So that is, I think, my first issue. The second issue which I wanted to pick up on, I heard it briefly, is that how do you access these platforms if you don't have access to internet? I don't know whether you have looked into that. How do you access platforms when you don't have access to internet, or you don't subscribe to any phone service? I know that even if you don't have internet, your phone itself can work if you've got the package that allows you to get into these platforms. Do you have any other ideas on how to make this more accessible, especially, we're not talking about students in the urban areas, we're talking about people in the rural areas who may want to, learn something using LMS. Any views on that?
I think, Prof, the aspect of offline learning plays a very important role when we are plugging into an LMS. And this offline learning, there are devices these days, the plug and play, which are very much being prepared for very remote areas with the least of bandwidth possibility, where informations can be pre-downloaded and then it can be used in a way. But of course, those are some of the ways into making things actually into commercialization. But of course, this our LMS study was mainly to focus based on, for example, the US, Prof. At the moment, 95% of all the universities of the US, they are focused on very high interactive LMS system, despite of their conventional method of teaching side by side. So in order to make the LMS into more productive and interactive, we are looking for the ways to make it more interesting so that the participants are glued and they are happy to learn through the LMS rather than always thinking about the conventional way forward, Prof.
Oh, okay. My other question is that there are instances where satellites have been used to improve connectivity, and we have got a very remote region in Sarawak where they use satellites to reach out to the community, and highly successful. And one of the things that we found was that during the COVID, because I sit on other platforms, not platforms. I sit on other organizations. Sit in other organizations, and one of the things that we found, especially during COVID, where households, like especially the lower middle income households and the rural households, one of the things that we found was that one is the cost of using the of the service. and also the gadget itself, the actual physical gadget, whether it's phone or whatever. And we managed to work out deals with service providers, and also we got some donations for gadgets. And this is where we have been very successful, because we made those gadgets available to the students, because you must have the physical gadget. Without that, whatever LMS we have is not going to work, number one. Or you must have it in a centralized location where people can actually make use of it. The second thing is that the service. So we negotiated with the service provider to provide the service at very minimal rates, so that people could actually access, especially for learning. Prof. Asif, I missed that part. You said that your study was divided into two dimensions. One is looking at students, and the other one is looking at teachers. I missed that part on teachers. Can you just highlight me on that one?
Yeah, as part of the teachers, like for example, Prof, if you want to use an LMS, we would like to see, first of all our class materials are in alignment with the requirement of the students' facilities. It's not that conventional teaching and a digital era teaching, starting from pedagogy and everything, are quite different. And in order to keep the attention of the LMS learner, it has to be well thought and designed, the materials, very attractive in terms of contents, and a very much mix of content has to be there, like on a single module or a single session that you are delivering online. There must be a mix of videos, some games, some classes, so the monotonousness of listening to one person is no more, unlike the conventional brick and mortar campuses. So those were one of the thing that has come up with the thing that the teachers must be willing to invest the time, invest the energy to make it well understandable by looking into the clientele. Because the clientele in LMS and the clientele in conventional learnings are two different, Prof. So that was the main aspect of the focus group that we did on the teachers.
Yeah, and more importantly, there must be some training for the teachers.
True. Very true.
Yeah, you see, because a lot of teachers that come into institutions of higher learning, in the conventional mode, they just say that, okay, this is the syllabus, this is the course outline, get on with it, kind of thing.
True.
So, but when you tell them that no, you don't get on with it in front of the classroom in a conventional manner, but you've got students who are accessing your materials remotely, it's very different. And the attention span of students in an online platform is about 15 to 20 minutes max. I think 15 is more likely, 20 is stretching it.
Thank you,
So I
Prof.
don't know if there's something to say.
Yeah. Thank you. Just before we conclude this one, Dr. Sohail is quite expert on the LMS. Just one
that's what I thought.
Recommendation from Dr. Sohail.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And very big hi, Prof. Salu. I'm so happy to be with you.
Dr. Sohail, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Thank you so much. Actually, yes, I continue this research, to be honest with you. Now I can mention that. I continue that just because in advance of this research, I'm doing something about how we can select the good LMS. I did some research about that because I'm using the LMS for executive education. I'm using the LMS for learning as well. And one more thing here I would like to highlight to answer Professor Lu for the gadgets, Professor here, they can use, there is some LMS or some types of LMS, they can use any mobile. For example, now I did research about Canvas. This is part of LMS or one of, as example, Canvas. It is using, now they can use it Android and Apple, for example, SOS. But Huawei, they cannot use it. This is the limitation for Canvas right now. And asking them just to upload. So this is for the gadgets, so they can use their mobile. But here my concern always about the assessment. How can, I mean, the teacher track the students if they give them activities. This is the most important thing, to give them activities like videos, discussion board questions, to participate all of them with their teacher as well. Give one question and let all the group participate to answer this question, assignment as well. But is it enough now for the teacher to track the student performance? This is the point, and this is the question. Here we have to think about this point, especially for, it's not just engagement materials, it's engagement for sure, like videos, discussion board, assignments, and another type of assessments as well. So just I have concern about this point. If the teacher can track properly the students' performance for each for all the LMS. That's why I did a little bit advanced research, and I have chosen, for example, I did research about which type of LMS we can use. I found most of the students prefer the visualization LMS, for example, and we can use even some type of kind of e-learning systems like simulations, for example, that they prefer it. So this is just my feedback. I'm sorry, and thank you so much for this research. I'm so happy to attend this research actually, and yes, I have some little bit advanced now. I will show you in my research as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sohail. And of course, due to the pressing of time, we would definitely be in touch, allow the authors to be in touch with you as well for your further guideline to further develop the paper. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So now is Adrian back? Adrian, are you having the connectivity now, all right?
Yes, Prof. Sorry for the hiccup with the internet. I think I'm now on a stable internet. Let me upload my presentation.
And upload your presentation, and yes, you may continue. Thank you.
Hello, Prof. Should I start or should I continue?
You can continue. You were at the literature review. Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. According to the literature review, according to Lipo, Joblet, and the host spotlight. Okay. And Hicks 2021 and Joblet and Versantine 2016 public higher education institutions received funding from 3 main sources, which is government grants, also tuition fees, and other private funding from private organizations. The World Bank in 2023 and also in 2020 reiterated that in Zimbabwe, tuition expenses account for a sizable portion of income for universities, and it is a significant hindrance for students from lower backgrounds. Ogode and Onyani in 2023 in Nigeria, and Ibidan in 2022 argued that universities raised funds through research to support academic development. The main research objective is to investigate the effects of funding on public university performance, and the specific objectives are as follows: to identify the modes of funding for public universities in Zimbabwe, to explore the effects of these modes of funding on operational performance, which is defined by Education 5.0, then to suggest on how funding can be improved in these public universities. The following are the research questions which align with the research objectives. And on methodology, the researcher used mixed method approach, which is triangulation, quantitative approach used in a questionnaire to gather data through stratified random sampling from 10 public universities. Then collection of primary data was through the 5 Likert scale research from the structured research questionnaire, which was to achieve a better understanding and describe the relationship between variables and their characteristics. The sample size was a total of 278 after making a sample size calculation using Riosoft. In-depth interviews was used to collect for qualitative data from 11 senior public investment managers, and they were purposefully sampled. And on the 11th interview, this is where saturation was reached. Data analysis, quantitative data analysis was using questionnaire as a tool for data collection using this 5-Likert scale, and we used the SPSS version 26 through structural equation modeling. Then NVivo and MS Word for qualitative data was used to analyze the data. The following are the results from the data analysis. On our first objective to identify the modes of funding, we had 6 major sources of funding from government grants, student tuition fees, donation from both local and international entities, business enterprise, residence fee, and hiring of facilities, and also research projects and patents formed modes of funding of public investors. And the following bar graph showed that many people were in agreement that the following were the source of funding for the public universities in the country. The following results also showed that many people had negative perception that this funding were adequate for the operational performance of the country, as you can see from the bar graph that is shown on the background. Then the summary of findings. Modes of funding for public investors in Zimbabwe were government grants, student tuition fees, donations from both local and international entities, business enterprises, residence fee, and hiring of facilities, which we can call user fees, and then the research projects and patents also was one of the modes of funding. Research grants and patents were contributing insignificantly, and some few universities, business enterprises such as hotels, farming activities, and other businesses were in need to be capacitated so that they can contribute meaningfully to the university performance. Universities were underperforming, as shown in the results. In this teaching and learning, research and innovation, community service, and industrialization were not performing to the fullest. Although community service in some universities had some significant life-changing projects in their communities. Contribution to the study. Contributions were made to the field of higher education financing by providing comprehensive assessment of how modes of funding affect the operational performance of public universities. And the mixed method approach was used in this study, where both rich qualitative and quantitative data were collected using interviews and questionnaires. The mixed method approach enabled data collection methods to offset each other's weaknesses. Using a comprehensive literature review and analysis of primary data, the study revealed that funding was the main ingredient required for the universities to function effectively and efficiently as far as the Education 5.0 was concerned. Recommendation. The government should prioritize the education sector and allocate an annual budget, which was recommended by UNESCO, which is 26%. Government should reintroduce a meaningful students loan facility to assist students, especially from disadvantaged background, to access higher education. Universities should venture in more revenue generation activities so as to augment the funds from the main funder, which is the government, and tuition fees. Although research, innovation, and industrialization contributes some funding in higher education. Lecturers and students should be resourceful and raise funds through research and innovation, and not just wait for handouts from donors and the government. They should conduct recommendation. The study also recommended that they should be conduct further studies in other higher education institutions in the country, like private university, vocational colleges, and polytechnics, and also in primary and secondary education. The study can also be done there. On conclusion, the main modes of funding for public universities in Zimbabwe were government grants, student tuition fees, donation from both local and international communities, business enterprises, residence fees, and hiring of premises for functions and research projects and patents. The modes of funding from the government, tuition fees and research business were not meeting the demands of all the 5 pillars, which is Education 5.0. The inadequacy of funding in the area of teaching and learning, research, innovation, community service, and industrialization result in universities performing below stakeholders' expectation in comparison to its regional and international universities. The quality of teaching was deteriorating. Research projects were not commensurate with the number of researchers residents in this university. There was need for more and effective community services, and goals of innovation and industrialization pillar of 5.0 were not realized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian, for the presentation. Okay, may I kindly request Dr. Dona?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Adrian, for the presentation. You have identified in your paper that several modes of funding, right?
Yes.
For the public universities. Okay, so can you tell me what specific modes of funding are examined in your study? See, other than you have identified, are you focusing on any specific mode of funding in your study?
Yes, I think.
For example, are you focusing on government grant? Yes, yes, please.
I did focus on government grants, student tuition fees, and research and donor funds, and also modes of funding from business activities.
Okay, thank you. And how do these modes of funding actually influence the university's performance?
All right. Government grants usually, these days, it used to fund almost every activities at the universities, but as students were increasing and there was pressure on the government, it is now funding salaries and some infrastructure development. Some, not many as it used to do. And the research, most of the research now is coming from the donors, those well-wishers. It goes straight to the research. Then tuition fees is for operational expenses, which is teaching and learning and some part of research for the lecturers, and the recurrent expenditure other than the salaries. This is what the this modes of funding have. Then we've got the business enterprises. Yes, they are there, in the universities, but they don't contribute meaningfully. Usually they go to incentivize the lecturers to cover the gap of the low salaries that they are getting from the government. And also it can go to build some infrastructure if there is something intangible, insignificant from the business enterprises.
Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, one more question from my end.
Hello. Yes.
Final one.
Yes, you.
In terms of the donor, for example, what is the composition in comparison to local donor and foreign donors?
Oh, the local donors are very, very few, if I have to tell you the truth. Most of the donors are coming from the international community.
Prof,
from
I'm not able. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes,
Can I
carry on.
go?
Yes, carry on.
Yes. From international community. That's where we get some meaningful donor funding. Otherwise, the local, because of the hardships in the economy and the the performance of the economy is bad right now. So even the local donors are also affected. So they don't contribute much to the university operations, especially research.
I see. So is there any specific sector from these international donors, or sector, do they come from any specific sector, these donors, or they are across the board?
Across the board, some can come from Europe, some can come from the Americas, most of the donors.
But which sector will they be from, these donors?
Oh.
Do you have any idea on that?
Yes, I have idea, but some of them are from these international organizations like the World Bank, like the WHO, this international organization, or Ford Foundation. Yes, we can get donor from there.
I see. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Adrian, for that presentation. Donna, you wanted to add on something? Yes.
No, Prof, that's all. Thank you, Adrian, for the presentation. Wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
So now, from Zimbabwe, we move on to China. Our next presenter, Liu Bing. She's going to present on parental influence on social competence, an investigation of parenting style and children's social behavior in Chengdu, Sichuan province. If you're able to hear me, Liu Bing. Liu Bing, you have to unmute yourself and start presenting. Yeah. It's still loading your PowerPoint. Okay, it's fine. Just maximize the screen and kindly start. Thank you. You have to, please start. Maximize the screen and start. Yes, Lubing, please start. Kindly, we cannot hear you, Lubing.
I think you are mute, Lubing.
Just check if you are unmuted. Have a look. Please unmute yourself. I see you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you, Lubing. Can you please check your connectivity so that I can start the next presenter? Then maybe we can come back to you. Lubing, please check on your connectivity because we cannot hear your voice. Once you are ready, please let me know, and then we can give you the floor. So I move on to the next presenter. Okay. So the next presenter is going to be Mr. Thompson Makiwana. So, Mr. Thompson, so you'll be presenting on an investigation into factors that constrain corporate governance compliance among real estate gatekeepers in Harare province, Zimbabwe. What to you, Mr. Thompson? You're able to hear me? Yeah. If you kindly unmute, please, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, okay. Please start.
Thank you. Good morning, Prof.
Hey, good morning. Please start.
Let me try and share now. I hope it is all in a bit.
Yes, already here. Your screen is already here, your PowerPoint.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Can you look? Good morning, Prof. Good morning, the entire panel. My name is Thompson Makiwana from Zimbabwe. I'm presenting on a paper entitled An Investigation into Factors that Constrain Corporate Governance Compliance Among Real Estate Gatekeepers in Harare Province, Zimbabwe. Co-authors Dr. Mkunda Kuma and Prof. Asif Karim. Introduction and background. The study examined the factors that constrain corporate governance compliance in urban real estate in Harare Province, Zimbabwe. Growing concerns regarding the unethical conduct of institutional real estate gatekeepers and limited context-specific researches targeting Harare's urban real estate motivated the study. Harare Province is a hive of real estate activities that symbolizes Zimbabwe's economic aspirations in terms of urban renewal and urban growth. The real estate sector maintained a positive growth trajectory according to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development 2022. A real estate sector is an attractive investment destination given long-term financial stability and the capacity to appreciate over time. Rami 2019. However, underneath the challenges of corporate governance compliance, McGregor 2019, Harare's urban real estate represents a critical battleground for corporate governance transgressions. Thus, corrupt practice and opaque tendencies, lack of market transparency, KPMG 2017, all these collude to constrain compliance. This is despite the existence of various enforcement variables, including professional sectorial codes and regulations, forming hard and soft laws, all these designed to bring order and discipline in the sector, according to Chigudu 2019. While corporate governance frameworks exist in practice, regulatory compliance is limited, according to Transparency International 2021. Working definitions. Corporate governance is the way in which organizations are managed, directed, and controlled, according to Cadbury 1992. Compliance, adherence to existing laws, regulations, policies, and instruments to promote international best practices. Pillai et al. 2021. Real estate, land and permanent improvements untouched to land. Valuation, according to International Valuation Glossary 2015. Statement of the problem. Harare's real estate reflects unregulated urban growth in terms of informal settlements, trust account embezzlement, fraud, money laundering, and wetland encroachment. Wilson and Wood, Kakai, and McGregor. Deregistration of 28 state agents in the past 5 years, according to the State Agents Council, a regulatory arm, 2022. Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe fined 97 real estate institutions due to failure to comply with anti-money laundering regulations. 14 title deeds were cancelled for non-compliance. Financial Gazette 2022. GDP dropped by 9.6%, while percentage growth rate of the sector dropped by 24% between 2019 and 2020. Zim Statistics 2021. Only one rate is operating in Zimbabwe, which was launched in 2022, which reflects a shallow capital market in the sector. Chitungwiza, Norton, and Rua, these are satellite towns, have no master plans since 1996, while the capital, Harare itself, has no valuation role. The one that was there expired in 2019. These things form the basis of rating units. Wilson and Wood 2019. Judicial injunctions on several wetland developments, so many cases spilled into courts, just to mention a few. Hillside Park Association against glorious all-time functions. Usually the interested organization or advocacy, environmental advocacy organizations. Research objectives and questions. 2 of them: to examine external factors that limit corporate governance compliance, to establish internal organizational factors that limit corporate governance compliance in Harare's province real estate sector. Corresponding research questions over there. Literature review. Theoretical framework. Down there, almost 5 theories came on board, starting with the resource dependence theory, external linkages of the board of directors to the business environment, business ethics theory for moral obligation, steward theory, entrusted stewards, then agents theory, the contractual relationship between the agents and the principals, giving moral hazards, requisite expenditure there. The underpinning theory is the stakeholder theory by Freeman, 1984, which presents a broader normative perspective of corporate governance, the relationship of organizations to multiple stakeholders. This assumes that owners do not operate business for their own benefit, but for the interests of multiple stakeholders. Thus, executives should be accountable and answerable to all gatekeepers, according to Chen and Roberts 2012. Applied to this current paper, the study advocates, the theory advocates for the equitable treatment of all stakeholders, according to Raff's framework of corporate governance compliance. Empirical review, it was done thematically, starting with external factors there, the legal factors. Old laws in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and Saudi Arabia affected corporate governance compliance until the introduction of new governance initiatives. Pillai et al. 2021. In Kenya, compliance improved following adoption of new national constitution, according to Mulili 2011. In Zimbabwe, overlapping and lacuna in regulations cause implementation challenges, according to Urisa Makarwi 2019. In Nigeria, conflict, confusion, and inter-regulatory problems persist, according to ICBET 2016. In South Africa, confusion, conflict, and inter-regulatory problems persist. In South Africa, contradictory regulations compromise compliance. Lastly, lack of strict enforcement promotes limited corporate governance compliance. That's according to Roy and Powell 2017, as well as Gupta and Shalou 2014. Political factors. In Zimbabwe, extensive political interference through use of veto power and victimization of council officials compromise compliance. That's according to Mwingi and Chiwese there. Again, in Zimbabwe, Urban land markets in Zimbabwe are susceptible to political interference through government takeover. Land is being taken as a political tool and economic asset for political expediency. In Kenya, likewise, political dictatorship at national level tend to mimic the behavior of corporations. That's according to Mulili and Njanja. In South Africa, higher level political mediation in state-owned enterprises compromised compliance, according to Taddy and Thomas 2012. Economic factors, macroeconomic policies and degree of competition in product markets kind of compromise compliance, according to Bakire 2011. This is also in sync with Porter's 5 forces. You would know rivalry in the product market. It's in sync with that point. Corporate governance compliance in developed countries due to robust economic and legal and cultural systems. Sautero, Conrad, and Summit 2013. Foreign institutional investors have got a spillover effect of good corporate governance norms in emerging economies. Whenever large corporations are coming to trade in weak economies, they tend to bring good tenets of corporate governance compliance. In developing countries, a higher cost of infrastructure provision tend to impair adequate infrastructure, according to Sanderson 2017. Boateng 2021 and Omolo et al. Agree that weak economic environments affect the level of enforcement, resulting in limited tax compliance. Internal organizational factors limiting CorpGov compliance. The presence and effectiveness of boards of directors enhance compliance due to oversight and control, according to Kadiberi and Yusuf and Haj, Greco 2013. Boulay et al. Also aver that lack of board independence, it militates against compliance. Tadi and Mutai and Ongono noted that low level of technical competence in terms of skill and knowledge limit compliance. Concentrated ownership structures, internal factors as well, including sole proprietorships and family-owned businesses, tend to impair the level of compliance, according to Ratif 2010, as well as Aslan 2019. Research methodology, philosophy, interpretivism to gain an understanding of subject matter from participants' lived and current experiences. Inductive approach there to build theory from sentiments without preconceived notions. Exploratory research design, little was known, boundaries ill-defined. Sampling method, non-probability sampling, riding on purposive judgmental sampling techniques, convenient and sometimes snowball sampling techniques, referrals from other participants. Data collection instruments, key informant interview guides were used, field-based observations, FGDs based on horizontal sampling, and document analysis. It gave extensive data and allowed researcher immersion into the subject of inquiry. Thematic analysis utilizing NFIFO version 20, complemented by manual tracing of categories using highlighters. Validity, it was enhanced by pilot testing of instruments, prolonged engagement, I would say, which allowed methodological triangulation and, of course, data audit during transcriptions to really find if the written text really what came from what was said from participants. Verbatim quotes supplemented by data visualization techniques in data presentation. We are talking of quotations, word context, and word trees. I mean, word context for word tree and recurrent words for word cloud. Ethical considerations were done through informed consent and ethical clearance, confidentiality, among other things. Summary of findings. For external factors, legal factors were found. Legal instruments were archaic, conflicting, and had loopholes. lacuna and also limited enforcement because of the protractedness of the procedural nature of law. Political factors, political interference, and political tolerance because of the need for political tacit blessings. Economic factors, low business traction, development of informal economy in the country, inconsistent monetary policy statements, and financial resource constraints, lack of confidence in the financial market as well. Internal factors, concentrated ownership of these small firms, and so ownership, it reduced judicial oversight. At times, some firms had inactive boards, sometimes absent of boards. The current laws does not compel real estate gatekeepers to have board of directors. So it's just a voluntary. Limited competence, again, in terms of knowledge and skill. Some gatekeepers have got what I would call a rudimentary training, so they couldn't comprehend the laws to comply with the laws. Conclusion, real estate sector in Zimbabwe is highly regulated, but weak legal systems, political tacit blessings, informal economy, inconsistency in monetary policy, and social considerations in the interest of upholding human rights as enshrined in our constitution. As long as there is informal structure with roof, it's not supposed to be demolished. So the local councils are hamstrung to actually uphold compliance. Rapid urbanization, putting pressure due to rural urban drift and natural increase in the population. The local councils are failing to meet the demand since or inactive board of directors. These are the reasons that limit or tend to constrain compliance level. Recommendations. The government of Zimbabwe to revise all outdated laws to be in line with the current trends and also craft new laws whenever there is a lacuna or a gap. Then the laws should embrace use of technology in form of GIS and e-cadastre, usually for ACTRA or surveyors. They are currently using laborious manual systems. If they use also maybe in online data sharing platforms, like what Pillai said with regards to Abu Dhabi and Dubai, data sharing platforms among all the stakeholders in the real estate sector, it would help and enhance compliance. Again, the Ministry of Finance and Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe should develop progressive economic policies that are stable, at least 5 years. Unlike the current situation where policies are changing every quarter, there is lack of confidence in that sector. Then the Minister of Education may need to review the education curriculum to incorporate corporate governance tenets in the school system from elementary up to tertiary. A lot of people are trained technically, but they don't seem to know anything to do with corporate governance. Real estate practitioners should compulsorily embrace BOD, Board of Directors. Currently, it's voluntary. Other researchers should adopt a mixed methods approach and focus on other cities and towns in Zimbabwe to enhance external validity where the results could be generalized. Limitations, lack of external validity, the results only represent the sentiments of 33 study participants. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson, for that presentation of yours. Okay, may I kindly request Dr. Dona? Sure, if you're to hear me.
Prof.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Thompson. Now, you have examined several internal and external factors, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me what are the primary factors that you have identified as constraining corporate governance compliance among real estate gatekeepers in Harare?
The
Based on your
primary factors,
findings.
I would say, based on my findings, the primary factors, I would say the lack of factors, because compliance is hinged on laws. So the current laws are outdated. So in this case, the gatekeepers, they tend to circumvent or avoid laws just to keep in touch with the current trends. Like the use of technology, the current laws do not even allow gatekeepers to advertise on social medias where we can put personal photos, you know, just in line with these social media advertising platforms.
So, what practical steps do you think can be taken to address this particular constraint?
The government should revise the laws so that they adopt, they can allow adoption of ICT, use of technology. Because whenever the laws are being broken every day, it means the laws have got a challenge.
All right. Just a suggestion for one more suggestion, because you are doing qualitative study, and then you have mentioned there about doing a pilot study. So, do you really think that for a qualitative study, a pilot study is required? You need to look into that aspect when you're publishing. You can definitely look into discuss on the reliability and all those aspects. But doing a pilot study for a qualitative approach, please look into that as well before you publish your papers. That's all from my side. Wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dona.
Thank you, Dr. Dona.
Yeah. Since I think Mr. Thompson have already added on a viewpoint of Middle Eastern country, especially Abu Dhabi. So I think Dr. Sohail is here. Dr. Sohail, if you want to highlight your city, you are now currently in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, please.
Actually, no. I mean, real estate, I'm not expert in this area, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But just I was thinking about, the quantitative data as mentioned, Dr. Dona. So this is what I was thinking about. I mean, just to add it. That's
Sure.
it.
Sure. Thank
Yeah.
you, Doctor. I
Thank
think
you.
Mr.
Thank you.
Thompson can incorporate those things. So that as suggested by the panel, and all the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are moving on to our next paper presenter. Is going to be Maxwell Murazfu, and he's going to talk about an exploratory study on factors affecting the adoption of e-filing tax system by SMEs in Chinoy metropolitan Zimbabwe. Over to you, Maxwell Murazfu, if you can listen to me kindly, respond. Mr. Maxwell, are you able to hear me, please? Yeah, you're already here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm trying to upload my document.
Yes, kindly do so.
Can you see the document on the screen?
Not yet. We can see you, not the document yet.
Okay. Okay, let me sort it out for me. Hello, can you see the document on the screen?
No, we cannot see. I'm sorry.
No, okay. I have someone who's going to assist me. Hello.
Yes, it's okay now. We can see your document.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Prof.
And just keep a
Asif.
note. We'll have 10 minutes for the presentation. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I will start by introducing myself. My name is Maxwell Muraju, and I'm from Zimbabwe. My paper title is an exploratory study on factors affecting the adoption of e-filing tax systems by SMEs in Chinhoyi Metropolitan Zimbabwe. That's the title of my research. I will go to the introduction. This research was mainly looking at the new technology of e-filing, which was introduced to enhance the collection process of revenues by tax administrators. So over the years, the manual system was, there was an improvement to make sure that the process, the system itself was more efficient in terms of accounting for the revenue from taxpayers. The introduction of e-filing itself, it actually assisted and it became a game changer in terms of facilitating ease of doing business. E-filing is one of e-government services that allows taxpayer to file their tax returns, make online payments, and keep track of their tax transactions online and from anywhere in the world. Government tax agencies use tax legislation, government statutory instruments to collect and motivate tax compliance. Estimates suggest that on average, economic activities from underground economies account for 8 to 20% in developed nations, whilst in developing nations, the estimates average around 40%. This is according to Kin and other authors in 2015 and in Jaya 2015 as well. For the background, e-filing was first introduced in the USA in 1986, and later it was embraced by other developed countries that include Australia, United Kingdom, Ireland, Germany, France, etc. In Africa, South Africa was the first to introduce e-filing in 2003, then followed by other countries that include Kenya, Nigeria, Uganda, Rwanda, etc. In Zimbabwe, the e-filing system was introduced in 2015. The introduction of e-filing revamped the tax collection process, and it has proved to be a game changer in terms of promoting ease of doing business because it allows for instant filing of returns and processing of payments, thereby providing convenience to the taxpayers. Governments in many developing countries are now employing e-filing system in an attempt to reduce revenue leakages and ameliorate overall tax compliance by SMEs. Many countries worldwide have migrated to e-filing systems, and 162 countries over the world over are now using e-filing system for tax collection purposes. This is according to the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs magazine, 2016. An understanding of how users accept the use of new technology has attracted a lot of attention in research, and Vangatesh and other authors 2003 developed a unified model and integrated the major factors that influence the adoption of information technology in many organizations. The model is called Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology, UTAUT. The first version of UTAUT model had 4 major factors influencing acceptance, and these factors include performance expectance, effort expectance, social influence, and facilitating conditions. Then in their later studies, Venkatesh and other authors in 2012, then extended their earlier version of OTAUT to include 3 more factors, namely hedonic motivation, price value, and habit. This study leveraged on the work that was done, that was carried out by Venkatesh and other authors 2003 and 2010, respectively. SMEs globally are perceived to be significant players in the economy, and they contribute significantly to the provision of goods and services. In the last decade, the Zimbabwean economy has been dominated by informal traders, backyard industries, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Most of the SMEs operate as informal traders and are not registered for tax purposes, and they remain outside the tax net. Siavundu 2020 assessed that the general tax compliance level in Zimbabwe is so poor that Zimbabwe Revenue Authority has a potential to more than double its tax collections, only if tax compliance levels improve significantly. Nyamwanza and other authors in 2014 in their study also concluded that SMEs, they dominate the productive sector in Zimbabwe, are not tax compliant, and the government is not fully tapping into the sector. Now to the scope of the research. The study focused on registered SMEs operating in Chinhoyi metropolitan Zimbabwe. The study covered 7 economic sectors that include agriculture, mining, transport, health, education, hospitality and tourism, and financial services. The purpose of this study was to establish the reasons why SMEs in Chinhoyi metropolitan were reluctant to adopt the new e-filing system, which was introduced by the government in 2015 in a bid to promote efficiency in tax collection. So that's the scope of the research. Literature review, the study, there are a number of theories that have been developed to explain consumer acceptance of new technology and their intention to use. The main leading theories include the theory of reasoned action, social cognitive theory, theory of planned behavior, decomposed theory of planned behavior, economic deterrence theory, technology acceptance model, and the unified theory of acceptance and use of technology. These theories sufficiently explain the user's behavioral intention to accept and adopt relatively new technology. Then on the research objectives, this study, the first objective was to find out the impact of psychological factors, which are namely performance expectance, effort expectance, social influence, facilitating conditions, perceived financial cost, and habit on the behavior or intention of SMEs in Chinhoyi metropolitan to accept e-filing. And the second research objective was to find out the extent to which demographic variables such as gender, age, education, and level of computer literacy have on moderating the behavioral intention to accept the use of e-filing by SMEs in Chinhoyi metropolitan. Then the last objective was to find out how behavioral intention affects the usage behavior of SMEs. So those were the research objectives for this research. The questions, the first one was, what is the impact of performance expectance, social, facilitating conditions perceived a bit in influencing the acceptance of e-filing by SMEs in Chinhoyi? Then the second question was, what is the impact of demographic variables in moderating behavior or intention to accept and use e-filing by SMEs in Chinhoyi? Then the last research question was, what is the impact of behavioral attention on usage behavior of SMEs in Chennai Metropolitan. So that's for research questions. As for the research methodology, the study adopted a quantitative research approach and employed statistical method to test hypothetical generalizations. Quantitative research emphasis is on facts and causes of behavior. That's according to Ogden and Blicklin in 1998. Information used in quantitative research is in the form of numbers that can be quantified and can be summarized after applying mathematical processes. And furthermore, the final results are also expressed in statistical terminologies. Quantitative methods are conclusive in nature because they follow narrow hypotheses, and such designs are synonymous with logical positivism. A random stratified sampling approach was used to select 10 SMEs in Chennai Metropolitan operating in each of the 7 economic sectors, which means a total of 70 respondents were identified. Self-constructed questionnaires were used to collect primary data. The questionnaires were administered to directors, finance managers, and at times to the proprietors themselves in order to solicit their views on acceptance of digitalized text platforms. Then on data analysis, a quantitative approach was used to analyze the data that was collected. The data was then captured into statistical package for social sciences, SPSS version 20 software. It was cleaned and it was before it was analyzed. Hypothesis tests were conducted to test the 8 hypotheses using the structural equation model. Data validity and reliability was also done using Cronbach's alpha scores. Data normality tests were done using Z-scores. Convergent validity was done using a measurement model, fit indices. Standardized factor loadings, individual item reliabilities, critical ratios, composite reliability, and average variance extracted. Common method bias was assessed using a Hammond's single factor test. That's for data analysis. And I will proceed to the findings which were made with this research. According to the findings of the research, performance expectancy, which was the hypothesis 1, had a positive influence on behavioral intention. This therefore implies that SMEs in Chennai Metropolitan perceive e-filing text system as a useful technology that can be adopted because they perceive the technology to be useful in reducing significantly the turnaround time to process tax payments and file tax returns. The findings from this study are consistent with the findings that were made by Makanyeza and the Tambaya Shatta in 2018, Haishi and Sansel 2013, Venkatesh and others in 2003 on how performance expectancy factors motivates users to accept technology. This study also found that facilitating conditions, it was H4, it had a positive influence on behavioral intention by SMEs to accept e-filing tax systems. In the case of this study, facilitating conditions, they referred to availability of internet infrastructure, availability of physical gadgets and the devices at affordable prices, availability of accounting softwares that are compatible with the package used by tax collecting agencies. Availability of the requisite infrastructure, software, as well as hardware will facilitate connectivity by SMEs. The study also found out that habit has a positive effect on behavioral intention to accept e-filing tax system by SMEs. When SMEs adopt the e-filing tax systems and start enjoying the benefits that are associated with this new technology, they will develop a habit to continue using technology. Earlier research studies that were carried out by Makanyeza and Tambaya Shata 2018, Asono and Suyana 2014 also came up with similar results where habit was found to be positively influence behavior and intention of users and consumers. Then the next, the table there, that's the summary highlighting those hypotheses which were supported, 4 of them. The first one, H1, then H4, H6, and H8. Then I'll proceed. The study also confirmed that demographic variables have a moderating effect on behavioral intention. The study found that there were no significant mean differences in behavioral intention to adopt e-filing tax system that can be linked to gender and the level of education. And therefore, H7A and H7B were not supported. However, there were significant mean differences in the behavioral intention to adopt e-filing tax systems that were attributable to the age of respondents, which was 62.8% of the respondents, and the level of computer literacy of the respondents. Then the study also found that behavior intention had a positive effect on usage behavior. SMEs with an intention to use a certain piece of technology will eventually use that piece of technology. Our one and other authors in 2016 asserted that intention leads to action. If the intention is there, then definitely action will follow. The findings of this study are consistent and in agreement with findings that were made by other researchers, such as File and others, Siavundu in 2020, who also concluded that e-filing influences tax compliance and has increased ease of doing business. So those were my findings. As for the contribution of this study is going to be significant to a number of stakeholders that include government, tax collecting authorities, internet service providers, banks, and SMEs, because the study provides an in-depth understanding on how psychological factors affect the behavioral intention of SMEs and usage behavior before adopting the new technology. From the findings of this study, the government and internet providers will be able to put the right strategies in place to support SMEs, and these strategies will include, among others, providing the necessary internet infrastructure, subsidizing connectivity costs, removing or reducing import duties on physical devices, gadgets, and accounting software packages. Furthermore, the government will be able to capacitate entrepreneurs who are operating as SMEs in Zimbabwe by providing requisite training on how to use computers and accounting software packages that are compatible with the packages used by tax collecting agencies. This will be done through developing the right educational policies and changing the education curriculum so that the culture of using computers is inculcated at an early stage. Then on the recommendations, I think I've already mentioned some of the recommendations that the government, using the facts that or the findings of this study, can actually look into ways of improving the internet infrastructure, and also looking at maybe the possibility of subsidizing connectivity costs, because the cost has been observed to be an interest. So with that information, they will be able to come up with the right interventions, given that they will be based on informed findings. The study also highlighted the fact that demographic variables such as age, computer literacy have a positive effect on behavior intention. So it means the issue of training can be done at an early stage. So those were my recommendations. Then I'll then go to the conclusion.
Kindly please come quickly to conclusion. We are running 10 minutes late of time. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
The findings of this study indicate that three psychological factors influenced the behavioral intention of SMEs. And it was also noted that two demographic variables, age and computer literacy, had a moderating effect on the behavioral intention. So it can therefore be concluded that the government and internet service providers should support SMEs by providing necessary internet infrastructure. Connectivity costs should be reduced through government subsidies, such as until such a time when SMEs can be self-sustaining. I think that's basically my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I would like to request Dr. Sohail, yes, please. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maxwell, actually, for your presentation. Just I have two things. The most important thing here, I'm talking about e-filing and e-taxation or e-finance system, kind of that. Do you think we have to mention something about security of this system, as there's law of Freud, because you are talking about e-taxation, e-finance, kind of e-finance for SMEs. This is the first point. And I have another point as well. Right? So the most important thing here, what's the impact of using e-taxation system on the business of SMEs?
The impact of e-filing.
Yes, e-filing. Thank you so much.
Okay. From the findings of this study, it has been confirmed that SMEs are really interested, because they like the first hypothesis on performance expectancy, which relates to the usability of that system. They are happy that it reduces time to complete their returns, and they can do it from the comfort of their home. So it means they actually in support. So all what is needed is to continue promoting, because from the facts that of the study, there's evidence that they are happy and they are in support of the system, the new system.
Thank you so much, Maxwell.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you, Maxwell, for the presentation. All right, so we will kindly go now to our previous presenter who could not present from China due to some internet lacking. Lu Bing, are you able to hear me, please, now?
Thank you.
Thank you. Lu Bing, are you able to hear me? Lu Bing, are you able to hear me, please? Cannot hear you. Speak a bit louder. Can you hear me? Cannot hear you, Lu Bing. Yeah, the voice is extremely low. The voice is extremely low, please. You have to check your gadget. Your voice is coming extremely low, looping. So please check your gadget, but we'll come back to you. No worries. We'll come back to you once you are fully ready. Please test your device, and I will come back to you shortly. But now we want to move back to Patrice Marengosi on the from Zimbabwe to be presenting on the ramifications of revenue diversification strategies on financial health of public universities in Zimbabwe. Patrice, are you able to hear me, please?
Yes, Prof. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, Patrice, so you may start, but please kindly keep a note on the timing, please, since others are waiting in the queue. So they want to also present on time, yeah? Okay.
Definitely, I'll keep it in time.
Sure. Kindly start sharing the screen, and yeah, all the best.
Thank you very much, Prof. I can say all protocols observed. My name is Patrick Marengosi. I'm from Zimbabwe, and I'm going to be presenting on the ramifications of revenue diversification strategies on financial health of public universities in Zimbabwe. As we all know, universities, they serve not only as centers of learning, but also as catalysts for social economic development. And therefore, the financial health of public university, it plays a pivotal role in their ability to achieve educational and social missions. Limited financial resources can severely hinder their capacity to provide quality education, conduct research, and engage in community services. From 2012, the government funding accounted for about 80% in public university expenditure. However, this significantly declined to 45% by 2020, which means that the government funding has been on a declining trajectory from 2012. The reduction in financial support has raised concern regarding the sustainability of public universities. Now, public universities across the world, we have been seeing this diminishing of government support according to UNESCO and other authors, so that in sub-Saharan Africa, funding for research and innovation was also declining. And also in recent years, Zimbabwe has seen a notable decline in government funding for public university, as I have alluded to. And the repercussion of this funding decline highlights the urgent need for this institution to adopt diversified funding strategies to ensure their financial health and growth. Now, the scope of my research is the study investigates the implication of funding diversification strategies on the financial health of public universities in Zimbabwe, focusing on the effectiveness of various revenue generation approaches. Employing regression correlation analysis, it evaluates the funding strategies utilized by these institutions and their effects on financial health. By conducting a thorough assessment of these dynamics, the research aims to provide valuable insights into the role of funding diversification, enhancing the financial resilience of Zimbabwe public universities. Now, the literature review focused on the diversification on dependable strategies that not only affords budgetary flexibility to higher education establishments, but also ensures a higher degree of revenue consistency, improved financial health as alternative revenue streams can provide substantial buffers against economic fluctuations and government funding cuts. Then also, it looks at a high degree of financial resources originating from alternative streams like collaborations with industry partners, leading to monetization of patents, copyrights, and also industrial designs. Then also the increase in competition among institutions of both local and international universities. We have seen this on the rise. There has been a lot of competition for the students, and also engaging in partnership with the private sector, establishing international collaboration. Now, the research objective, as I have provided there, to evaluate the impact of funding diversification strategies on institutional financial health and research productivity, and to analyze relations between funding diversification strategies and financial health, and to evaluate the implication of state support, government, net tuition, endowments, research funds, and managerial services on the financial health of the institutions. And then the research questions dovetails from my objectives there. Now, the study employs quantitative research methodology using correlational panel data because of the way the study's variable relate to each other. The various funding diversification strategies that contribute to the investor financial health were identified, categorized, and analyzed. The sample comprised 3 universities in 3 provinces in Zimbabwe. These institutions were selected because they were formed within the same period, and also they have relatively the same staff complements and establishment. Now, in data analysis, I utilize SPSS and R in analyzing my data. Now, the findings were that there's moderate degree of diversification across the institutions, the 3 institutions that I took research on, and net tuition emerged as the predominant alternative funding stream during this period. Once we see a cut in government funding, the nearest source where the universities can think of raising income is through raising tuition fees or increasing the number of students so that they can increase on this source. Endowment funding and ancillary revenue constituted the smallest segment of the revenue pie. And the descriptive finding also indicate that 3 public universities faced financial instability in 2020 and 2021, despite their efforts to diversify funding sources. These are the contribution. One of the primary contribution of the board is the identification of alternative funding sources that can enhance institutional reliance. And also insights gained from studies indicate that public universities are increasing turning to non-traditional revenue streams such as research grants, partnership with the industry, and also trying to go for philanthropic donations. The research also highlights the impact of revenue diversification on institutional governance and strategic planning. The recommendations: public universities can establish effective strategies to manage financial risk, and also that public universities need to encourage academics to choose between commercialization and academic activities to motivate staff members to engage in research, and also that the collaboration of university and industry innovation ecosystem and diversification collaboration channels for university to collaborate with firms to create strong institutional intermediaries to accelerate firm innovation and sustainable growth. Now, in conclusion, government funding volatility has had a detrimental impact on financial health of higher education institutions. And while diversification may provide institutions with additional financial resources, it failed to fundamentally address the underlying issues of financial health. while revenue diversification can be an essential strategy for survival, its implication for institutional health is far from straightforward and also warrant careful consideration. I thank you. I tried to be within my time scope, my time limit.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. Right, Prof. Sulu, if you want to add your comment here, Prof. If you are here, Prof.
I was on the phone, but that's okay. So coming back to the topic, again, is talking about diversifying sources of income for universities.
Yes.
It is a very good idea, but my question to the presenter is that within the existing, the same question I raised to Adrian the other day, is whether given the how bureaucratic and how restrictive public universities are, it takes a long time to get anything through. So what many public universities in many parts of the world have done is to set up a private entity, a holding company, within the, as part of the university. And that holding company can do a lot of things that that the university itself cannot do because of the constitution and the acts that govern the university, etc. So that is one way of looking at diversifying funding for universities. And I thought I overheard Adrian also partly I should say things like looking for donations. A lot of people are not going to give you donations. I mean, my feeling is that people are not going to give you donations, but they will give you money for research. They will give you money for capacity building. If you want to do any program on capacity building, given your own skills within the university context, and you want to do capacity building for either for the civil service of your own country or any other country, or you want to do it for the technocrats or whoever you want to do it for, that kind of projects will get money. So when you talk about diversifying, it's easier said than done given the context of public universities, because it's very bureaucratic. It's the same across the board. So you can't do so many things when the acts of the university actually govern and actually basically don't allow you to do so many things. Because public universities are not meant to be profit-making institutions. They're not meant to actually generate their own funds. And the fees charged are very low, so that the university cannot rely on conventional sources. So you need like non-conventional sources of funding. Okay, so those are my comments, Prof. Asif.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much.
I take note, Prof.
Yes, right. That's what also yesterday we have discussed with Adrian's presentation as well. When you have a private entity within a public university, you can do a lot of things, as all the universities in Malaysia, they have private holdings within themselves. So that gives you more scope and more sphere and more way of looking into multiple fundings, okay, compared with a very conventional and traditional format of funding only from the state government. Yeah. So
I think, Professor, just one point. I think maybe he has to mention like a strategy to manage the risk, like risk management of the finance here. You know what I mean? If there's any strategy just in place to manage the finance risk in your research paper. This is what I'm thinking. I'm not sure if it's okay.
Right.
Just one more point, Prof. See, like for example, like one of the oldest public universities in Malaysia, it's got a teaching hospital, okay, which is accessible to the public. But what they found out was that after they train all the doctors as specialists, they leave, because the amount of money that they can make outside is about 10, 15 times more than what they can earn within the hospital. As lecturers in the medical faculty, you go and work in the hospital. So what they did was, I think through it, I can't remember what act they've done it. They have actually created a private wing within the university hospital called the specialist center, where it is a private wing and anybody can go, and doctors are allowed a certain restricted number of hours to go and work in the private part of the hospital. So that's another way of getting more funding. Okay, that's all, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, Dr. Sohail and Patrick. I hope you will take that of note that was being suggested by the panel members.
Yes, Prof. I take note.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
All
you,
the
Prof.
best to you. Right, thanks. So now from we'll be again in Zimbabwe. This time we're looking forward for Anisu Dikitu. Anisu, are you here? Are you able to hear me? Okay, so Anisu Dikitu is going to make the presentation now. And he's going to talk about a computation model of email phishing detection. Over to you, Anisu. You may start, and you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. All good to go.
Okay. All right. My paper is titled Computation Model for Email Phishing. Phishing attacks are a significant threat to the cybersecurity of commercial banks worldwide. Email phishing is a type of cyber attack where an attacker sends fraudulent emails that appear to come from legitimate sources. The goal is to trick the recipient into revealing sensitive information such as usernames, passwords, or financial details, or to download software to their device. These emails often mimic trusted entities, in our case, commercial banks, to create a sense of agency or credibility, prompting the victim to act quickly without verifying the authenticity of the message. Phishing remains an issue in Zimbabwe. The main problem is email phishing. It is the main problem being faced by commercial banks in Zimbabwe. Existing detection methods in Zimbabwean banks are failing to detect phishing, resulting in high financial losses and reputational damage. In a recent case, hackers fleeced a supermarket of United States $22 million. The supermarket was deceived through a contrived email in the name of TM, Pick and Pay. This is a supermarket in Zimbabwe, where the financial manager, Mr. Raymond Matsetsa, was instructing accounts of staff to send money from their bank account to 4 other company accounts. The objectives was to develop a computational model specifically tailored to detect phishing emails in the context of Zimbabwean commercial banks. More specifically, to determine the key features from email headers, content that significantly contributes to identifying phishing emails, and to develop the computational model and make appropriate recommendations. In terms of literature review, we reviewed literature in order to find gaps. As for sophistication of attacks, we found out that current models were not effective against sophisticated phishing techniques. The gap there being their limited capability to detect highly sophisticated attacks with advanced obfuscation and spoofing methods. Regarding feature extraction limitations, current models, they utilize header, content, and linguistic features, where the gap there was the need for more advanced features such as semantic context, user behavior patterns, and dynamic content analysis. And then in terms of real-time detection challenges, the current models, they proved to be very effective in simulated environments, not the real ones. They're difficult, the gap there was, they are difficult in achieving real-time detection with minimal latency in a live environment. In terms of our research methodology, we followed the following steps in terms of data collection. To build an effective phishing detection model, we first collected a large data set of emails comprising both legitimate and phishing emails. The data set was publicly available from cargo.com. And after developing the model, another set of 306 emails were collected from 102 commercial bank employees in Zimbabwe. Data processing: before feeding the data into the model, it was necessary to pre-process the emails to ensure the data's quality and consistent. The processing steps included text cleaning, normalization, tokenization, stemming, and lemmatization. We also went on to carry out the feature extraction. Then in terms of the model development, for the model development of the email phishing detection, the TF-IDF was used to find the weight of each word. A threshold of 50% was used to eliminate unimportant fraudulent words. Then cosine similarity was used to detect the similarity of new emails in comparison to existing words, carefully selected above using the TF-ID. And a reply engine was also developed as a layer on top of cosine similarity to improve the detection of phishing email. This is the formula for cosine similarity. Then the model was evaluated for accuracy, precision, and recall. Finally, the model was implemented in a simulated environment to test its effectiveness in real-world scenarios. This involved integrating the model with an email client and monitoring its performance over a short period of time. Feedback from 1 or 2 users was provided, and the analysis of false positives and negatives were used to iteratively improve the model. So in terms of accuracy, this was the formula. We achieved an accuracy of 90.2%, and precision, it was 90.3%. Then recall, it was 94%, meaning the model performed relatively well. Then in terms of finding, we found out that high accuracy can be achieved through natural language models. And also there was need to diversify and increase our training datasets. These were the major findings. Then in terms of contribution, we contributed a prototype for detecting email phishing. In terms of recommendations, we are recommending, the study recommended enhancing feature extraction techniques. This is to continuously improve and expand the feature extraction process to include emerging phishing tactics. Then also recommends the regular model updates and training. This involves implementing a mechanism for regular updates and retraining of the model to keep pace with evolving phishing techniques. Then also need to integrate the model with broader cybersecurity systems, integrating the phishing detection model with comprehensive cybersecurity frameworks and other tools. Then there's also need for user education and awareness. Remember, cybersecurity is not a technical solution, does not need a technical solution alone. It is both a human and it requires both a human and a technical solution. So we need this to complement the computational model. Then in terms of conclusion, the research concludes that a computational model for email phishing detection plays a critical role in advanced computational techniques in combating the ever-evolving threat of phishing attacks. And then by leveraging a comprehensive feature extraction approach and incorporating elements from email headers, content, and behavioral patterns, a computational model can achieve high performance. Then in summary, the research provided a robust foundation for improving phishing detection system. It does not only advance the technical capabilities in identifying phishing emails, but also addresses practical considerations critical for effective deployment. Moving forward, ongoing refinement of the model along with end-user education will be essential in enhancing the resilience of email systems against phishing attacks. Then in terms of future work, we intend to link this model with AI tools like ChatGPT. Thank you.
Okay, Nisu, thank you.
Hello, were you hearing me when I was presenting?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation.
Sorry, 1 minute. 1 minute. What? All right.
Okay. All right. Fine. May I kindly request Dr. Sohail? I think it's quite similar to your topic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very
Yeah.
important, actually, this topic. Yes, I'm very interested in this topic. Actually, I mean, the finding and everything he mentioned, but at the end, what I would like to mention here, when you say, okay, cybersecurity, phishing, and you highlighted at the end kind of AI, let's say ChatGPT, right? So, is it? Are you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. I mean, what do you mean? What do you think here? What that means here, AI or ChatGPT? What impact these kind of, let's say, technology to the cybersecurity or email phishing?
Yes. You see, what we have at the moment in terms of cybersecurity, they have tools like antiviruses, and they have things like the spam filters.
Yeah.
And those things, they are not intelligent enough. But with the coming up of ChatGPT, you can ask it anything. It can detect meaning easily. And I have been using it in the 1 month, and I find it very, very accurate. So I think if we integrate the model with ChatGPT, we are going to be able to detect more cases, to detect fraud before it actually occurs. Because the idea is to read the email and detect the meaning. So ChatGPT can easily do that.
Thank
So
you
this
so
is
much.
the yes.
Yeah. Continue, please. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for this, actually. And to be honest with you, when I was in London yesterday, Prof, we discussed this in Cambridge with the CEO of a new platform in Cambridge University about the ChatGPT called Visualizer or the Visualizer. Yes, I mean that impact really because of the data, and maybe it will impact even the performance of the ChatGPT as well as AI because of collecting the big data or the type of the data that you collected. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sohail. Thank you very much, Anisu Dikitu, for that presentation.
Okay.
So now we move on to Dr. Sohail himself. Dr. Sohail himself, because Dr. Sohail could not make the presentation yesterday as he was in UK yesterday. So luckily he's come back to Abu Dhabi today, and Dr. Sohail is going to be giving a deliberation at this moment. And his particular topic, if I may just want to highlight, the topic for Dr. Sohail, just a moment, see topic. Yeah, the influence of technological progress on e-learning management system.
Yeah.
To you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So is it okay now, the screen?
Yeah, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, okay. The research about the influence of technological progress e-learning management system. The introduction, okay, about the introduction of this research, actually here there's 3 points I'd like to mention. And all of us know, I mean, the technology, data, more data, so all the technology enhanced, or let's say progress because of the big data and the data. So, and e-learning management system, one of those technology as well. And here reshaping the traditional teaching and traditional learning progress by using e-learning, or let's say learning management system platforms. So that will lead us for this paper to explore how technological advancements has influenced e-learning, or let's say learning management system. For example, Canvas or any other learning management systems. So the problem statement here, identifying key factors that guide e-learning management system selection. I'm looking here for selection or which type of e-learning management system that the facilitator or educator and the let's say student select, and evaluating the effectiveness of these systems in enhancing educational experience. So the limitation, yes, there is limitation, 3 types of limitation here actually. The first type about technological review, for sure. I mean, here there is a technology, there is a limitation that limit maybe about adaptation of the technology. This is the first point. The second point, generalized general or generalizability. That means here this learning management system, we cannot use it for every type of education. Yes, we can use it for university, you can use it for executive education system or executive education management systems. But I'm thinking about vocational training or K-12 education, such as primary schools or secondary schools. Yes, there is limitation still for using this type of e-learning management system because of tracking system and the type of the education or the type of the, let's say, the training for vocational training as well. Data accessibility, the type of data, as we mentioned, that will little bit could limit the depth of analysis of in general for this, because I mean, maybe we cannot access the data from the LMS providers. So this is the limitation for data accessibility. So 3 types of limitation. And the questions here, I'm asking just about how the technology advancement influence the functionality of effective e-learning management system. What are the key factors influencing the selection of learning management system? What are the factors influence selection these type of let's say learning management system, and how technology innovations in e-learning management system or learning management system in general impact user engagement and learning outcomes. Finally, what the challenges do educational institution, universities, or institutions in general face when integrating new technology into their learning management systems? That lead me for the objectives of this research. For sure, the most important of the here of these, let's say the objectives. I'm thinking about the impact. Okay, to access the impact of technological advancement on the development and performance of e-learning management system, identify critical factors to guide us to select the specific learning management system, why we select this type of learning management system, for example, and evaluate the effectiveness, or let's say the effective technological innovations on user engagement. I'm talking about user, that means facilitator and the students, and learning outcomes as well within the learning management system, and explore the challenges that we face it or the educational institute or institution face it while using the learning management system that they have chosen. So that, I mean, the methodology, research methodology, I have prepared, let's say, survey, a questionnaire. We use it for 150 facilitator and students or trainee. The questions, the first question about e-learning techniques, let's say e-learning techniques, I mean the type of e-learning management system, and most of them, they selected, or let's say 52% avatars, which is the visualizing e-learning management system. And the second point, we talk about the technology for delivery and effective on e-learning management system. And most of them, they answer about, or they prefer, let's say, avatars. That means the visualizing learning management system or the e-learning management system. And the last part, or those different part, once we find out, okay, they are preferring, let's say, visualizing e-learning management system, we think about the learning management system platform. And there's two questions here. This question about learning management system platform: is it virtual interaction, like, for example, simulation, the performance of learning management system, and learning management system specification or specific specification for learning management system. And here, most of them, we ask them about, or they used Canvas. Most of them actually looking about visualizing or virtual interaction, let's say. And the last question about the problems for e-learning management system: less interaction, less performance management, or activity tracking. And this is actually the limitation, or this is that lead me for the limitation, or let's say, of using learning management system. Less interaction could be, maybe we cannot interact the trainee, if I'm talking about executive education or training facilitator and trainee, or let's say student and the faculty as well. Finding from this research, after we did the selection, as I mentioned here, for the two questions, the selection, ask them for the selection, which type of e-learning management system that you are preferring. Most of them visualizing learning management system. Limitation here in the second part, tracking system could be. Then this is the finding, to be honest with you, that we find it. Yes, I mean, the most important thing here, or the recommendation that we can say we have to work on, emphasize in, let's say, monitoring or improving the learning management system, updating and keep updating the learning management system, that will help us to improve a little bit the limitation, like tracking systems or interacting between the facilitator and the users. This in general, and thank you so much, Prof. And please ask me if you have any question to increase it.
Okay,
this is
thank you,
actually
sir.
continue for
Yeah.
to the other, the previous one. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for the presentation, Doctor. So I just wanted to find out, I mean, in terms of the, the highlighting of the LMS platform, I mean, how do you ensure, for example, the smooth operation and the integration between different other platforms into it?
Thank you so much. Actually, for this research, we are working on full learning journey. Full learning journey consists of the module and a lot of integration activities. So once we use those integration activities, we have two types of integration activities. So, as I mentioned, could be discussion board questions, could be articles to read, videos to see, for example, or even we give them access for from, let's say, the other university, like Columbia Business School or MIT or kind of that, from New York universities. So here, the tracking system, Doctor, we can, track them, for example, how many minutes he used this system, how many videos he, for example, watch, you know what I mean? How many articles he read? Did he, for example, participate the discussion board question or not? This kind of participation or this kind of tracking system, and integration between two or more than two LMS.
Just one question out of curiosity. This LMS integration, can it be integrated with, for example, if I want to integrate with an LMS system that is being provided with Harvard or that is being provided with Cambridge? So how is it possible to embed those components into your own tailor-made LMS that you have?
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. This is what I was working in London, actually, and I was working in a program with Columbia Business School from New York. We integrate our system Canvas with the system from Columbia Business School, New York, and we were working even, let's say, face-to-face in Cambridge Business School as well in London. So here, this is based on the activity. For example, we integrate, like we give them, like we called Light program. Light program, they use it as a library. This Light program consists of a lot of bulk of videos. Each video, for example, is registered from Columbia Business School, 5 minutes. And some assignments could be they have to use it based on that. So we can integrate between the high-ranking universities and our system as well, whatever is our system. Yeah, I mean Canvas or even Blackboard or any other system, using those Light programs, Doctor.
Okay. All right, fine. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that insightful information. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go on to, with our next paper presenter, let us take one group photograph together because sometimes we forget to take it because we are so much involved into the presentation. I'll request kindly all of you just to switch on your camera for a while. Let us just take one group picture, please. Just if everyone can just switch on the camera for a while, and we just just smile for the one memory of the program today. Because I always think that when we are towards the end of the program, we always tend to forget to take what do you say, a memory together with us. Yes, the others, kindly just one moment. If you can kindly switch on, yes, coming up, popping up. Just allow us another 60 more seconds before we just take a snap. Thank you, Adrian. If the others can, okay. So, okay. Right, so on the count of 3, we'll take the first picture. Smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And one more on the count of 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you so much, all of you. And great. All right. Now let us move back. There's also a part of getting away from the monotonous of the listening to the presentation. Thank you very much for that. Now we try to go back to China one more time with Lu Bing. If Lu Bing, you are able to communicate, can you unmute and tell me? Yeah, Lu Bing, you are here. I can see you, but I cannot hear you. Yeah. I think there is a big challenge from your side, but don't worry. We keep on trying. We keep on trying and let the next presenter present. But you keep on trying. Try to re-log into the program or try to use any other gadget you may have, for example. Okay. So do not get worried and do not get nervous. So you'll get that time to present. No worries. All right.
Close the mic. Just speak closer to the mic. Maybe that will help you. Closer to the computer.
But the audio is a challenge at the moment. Okay. Right. Let us go back to our next presenter on humanizing technology in education by Remigo Makoni and Dr. Dennis Mikisi. Okay, you may start presenting. Remigo Makoni, if you are here.
Thank you, Prof. Let me try to
yes.
to share.
Exactly. Share. You may switch on your camera so that I can make you in the spotlight as well.
Can you see my?
No, unfortunately.
Where am I now? Where am I? Right? Can you can you hear me?
We can hear you very loud and clear, but yeah, you may start sharing the screen.
Are you not seeing it?
No, we are not. If you have issues on that, you can share it with me on the WhatsApp right away. I can
No,
ask my
it's
technical
actually
team.
I have it on email, Prof. But I'm actually surprised because I am. It's already on the screen. It's already on the screen. I'm surprised that it's not showing. Can you see it now?
No, not really. Okay, so hold on. Okay, let me see. You have sent it to me on my email earlier. Harmonizing the technology in education and assessment of the social presence mechanism, practices, and strategies in Zimbabwe state universities. Is it right?
Yeah, yes, but I've done some corrections here and there from the one that I did send you.
So if you can send me now immediately so I can start sharing. Or you can send it to me. Meanwhile, I can go to the next presenter. I'll come back to you in a while, okay?
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we move on to next presenter, Mwedzu Nebarwe. Are you here?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, Mwedzu, you're going to present on new approaches to teaching and learning in the 21st century.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, so you may start presenting your screen.
Can you see now it?
No, I cannot. I can see you, but I'm not able to see your presentation. It's coming up.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah, it's okay. You may start kindly, and you'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for the opportunity to share. My title paper is New Approaches to Teaching and Learning in the 21st Century. I'm from Zimbabwe. My name is Mwedzu Nebarwe. By way of introduction, in the rapidly evolving landscape of the 21st century, traditional methods of teaching and learning are being redefined to better meet the needs of the modern learners. This research explored innovative approaches that leverage technology, collaborative learning, and personalized education to enhance student engagement and outcomes. By examining these new methodologies, I aimed to provide insights into how educators can effectively prepare students for a dynamic and interconnected world. the background. In the rapidly evolving landscape of education, traditional teaching methods are increasingly being supplemented or replaced by innovative approaches that cater to diverse learning styles and technologies advancement. The integration of digital tools and resources has transformed classrooms into interactive environments where students can engage with content in dynamic ways. Project-based learning, flipped classrooms, and personalized learning pathways are just a few examples of methodologies that emphasize student agents and collaborations. Furthermore, the emphasis on critical thinking, creativity, problem-solving skills reflects the demands of a globalized economy and prepares learners for future challenges. As we move further into the 21st century, these new pedagogical strategies not only enhance educational outcomes, but also foster lifelong learning habits among students. Scope of the research. In the 21st century, traditional teaching methods are being challenged by the rapid advancement in technology and the changing needs of the students. The current educational system often struggles to keep up with the demands of a digital age, where information is readily available at our fingertips. As such, there is a pressing need to explore and implement new approaches to teaching and learning that are more aligned with the realities of today's world. This study aimed to investigate innovative strategies and methodologies that can enhance the educational experience, foster critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and adaptability among students, preparing them for success in an ever-evolving global landscape. The literature review. Researchers have diverse perspective on the flipped classroom. Lag and Sao 2019 propose a model where learners study at home using classroom resources and engaging in student-centered activities. A flipped classroom is also known as an inverted classroom. The flipped classroom concept seeks to alter the framework or a traditional classroom instruction, that is according to Van Allen, Felix, and Jansen and Kester 2019. Project-based learning is another dynamic classroom approach that involves teaching. Learning takes a student-centric approach. These teaching methods allows pupils to work for an extended amount of time in order to reach a real and value-based conclusion. The project-based learning process involves engaging in complicated questions to gain a real-world job experience in a group setting and promoting a problem-solving approach to learn and develop competencies. That is according to Gausau Post Admiral 2020. The research objectives. To investigate the impact of enhancing digital literacy skills on student engagement in the 21st century. The second objective is to assess the effectiveness of implementing a flipped classroom model on student learning outcomes and retention rates. Objective number 3 is to analyze the benefits of integrating project-based learning strategies in the curriculum of students' critical thinking skills and real-world applications. The research questions. How does improving digital literacy skills influence student engagement in modern educational settings? The second question, how does the adoption of flipped classroom approach impact student learning outcomes and retention compared to the traditional teaching methods? And the third question is, what are the advantages of incorporating project-based learning techniques in education for enhancing students' critical thinking abilities and practical application of knowledge. Research methodology. A quantitative research methodology was used in this paper, and data was collected using questionnaires. The data was gathered from senior faculty members of the Midlands State University Harare campus who have at least more than 3 years of teaching and research experience, as well as visiting students. Approximately 20 questionnaires were sent to experts using physical questionnaire system. This research's final finding includes a total of 15 questionnaires that were successfully received and assessed. The questionnaires comprised of 2 components. The first section covered broad demographic information, while the second focuses on the research objectives. Data analysis. The collected data was analyzed descriptively using SPSS software, leading to the establishment of rankings for innovative teaching and learning methods suitable for the 21st century in higher education institutions. Descriptive statistics were also used to present the data using mean and standard deviation. The findings were presented, discussed, and analyzed. Summary of findings. Objective number 1. The impact of enhancing digital literacy skills on student engagement in the 21st century classroom. It was found out that the analysis of questionnaires response regarding the impact of enhancing digital literacy skills on student engagement in the 21st century classroom reveals positive trends, with mean scores showing increased student participation, that is a mean of 4.67, enhanced communication and collaboration with a mean of 4.47, and promotion of creativity and innovation mean 3.93. The low standard deviation suggests consistent agreement among participants, highlighting the significant positive impact of digital literacy skills on student engagement across multiple aspects of the classroom. The findings underscore a strong correlation between digital literacy, enhanced and improved student involvement, communication, collaboration, creativity, and innovation, emphasizing the importance of focusing on digital literacy skills to create a more interactive and engaging learning environment conducive to the success in the modern era. Objective number 2, to assess the effectiveness of implementing a flipped classroom model on student learning outcomes and retention rates. It was found that the mean score for personal learning enhances critical thinking skills and improved teacher-student interaction, 4.73, 4.53, and 4.93 respectively. Furthermore, the standard deviation for these responses are relatively low, suggesting a strong level of agreement among participants. This is significant in the research object as it indicates that the implementation of a flipped classroom model positively impacts student learning outcomes and retention rates across various aspects of personalized learning, critical thinking skills, and teacher interaction. Objective number 3, to analyze the benefits of integrating project-based learning strategies in the curriculum on students' critical thinking skills and real-world application. The mean score for real-world application is 3.53, with a higher standard deviation of 1.356, indicating varied responses in this area. In contrast, interdisciplinary connections and self-directed learning have mean scores of 4.73 and 4.87 respectively, with lower standard deviation suggesting more uniformity in responses. This disparity is significant to the research objective as it highlights the needs to further explore and potentially enhance the real-world application aspect of project-based learning to align it more closely with student expectations and perceptions. Interpreting the findings, while project-based learning strategies demonstrate clear benefits in fostering interdisciplinary connection, and promoting self-directed learning, there appears to be room for improvement in enhancing the integration of real-world application components to ensure a more comprehensive learning experience that effectively prepares students for practical real-life scenarios and challenges. This research contribution of the research. This research contributes significantly to the discourse of educational reform by aligning innovative teaching methodologies with the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, particularly goal number 4, which emphasize inclusive and equitable quality education. Contribution number 2, by integrating principles from Zimbabwe's National Development Strategy, NDS1, the study advocates for policymaking that foster a holistic educational environment, thereby addressing local needs while contributing to the global educational standards. Furthermore, it enriches the academic landscape by providing empirical evidence and theoretical frameworks that support new pedagogical practices, ultimately influencing both policy and practice in education. In doing so, this research not only enhances learning outcomes, but also promotes sustainable development through education, positioning Zimbabwe as a proactive participant in global education advancement. The recommendation. It is recommendation number 1. Educators should prioritize integrating digital literacy into their teaching methods and the curricula by incorporating technology-driven activities and tools to enhance student engagements. Teachers can create a more interactive and stimulating learning environment. It is also recommended that educators consider adopting the flipped classroom model as a pedagogical strategy by flipping traditional teaching methods and utilizing technology to deliver content outside of class time. Teachers can focus on engaging students in active learning experience during face-to-face sessions. Recommendation number 3, educators should strive to design project-based learning experiences that offer students opportunities to apply their knowledge and skills to real-life scenarios. By incorporating authentic hands-on projects with practical relevance, students can develop critical thinking skills and problem-solving abilities essential for success in the modern world. Conclusion. The research findings on new approaches to teaching and learning in the 21st century reveal several key insights. Firstly, the enhancement of digital literacy skills positively impact student engagement, with a strong correlation observed between digital literacy and increased student participation, communication, collaboration, creativity, and innovation in the classroom. It was also concluded that the implementation of a flipped classroom model is highly effective, as evidenced notably by high mean scores for personalized learning, critical thinking skills, and teacher-student interaction, indicating positive impacts on student learning outcome and retention rates. Additionally, integrating project-based learning strategies in the curriculum benefits students by fostering interdisciplinary connections and promoting self-directed learning. Overall, these findings underscore the importance of innovative instructional approaches in improving student engagement, learning outcomes, and critical thinking skills in the contemporary educational landscape. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, may I kindly request Dr. Dona, please?
Thank you for the presentation. Okay, More than a question, I just want to give a suggestion because when I was looking at the presentation regarding the analysis aspect, just to confirm, what analysis have you conducted based on the data that you've collected?
You mean the analysis or where I got the information?
Yes.
Well, it was focused because of the time limitations. It was focused on one of the three biggest universities. Then we focused on the lecturers so that we could get the feedback as quick as possible. So the limitation factor was time.
Because you are studying the impact of enhancing digital skills, and also your other objective is the effectiveness of implementation of flipped classrooms, right? So, when I look into the analysis, it is a good foundation for understanding several aspects. But I suggest that you do a more in-depth analysis, maybe using SPSS and other tools to get a more deeper understanding is the suggestion from my side. That's all, Prof, from my side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dula.
Prof. Asif, I've got some comments on the presentation.
Yes, Prof. Sulu, please.
My first comment is that you're looking at the impact of a new teaching method, and you're only looking at one side of the equation, that is the lecturers. Why did you not look at students? Because is this a teaching method that you're proposing, or is it something that's already in existence?
Yeah, I think it's noted. I need to go also to look into the students, but as I said, it was because of the time constraints. I'd focus on.
The thing with time constraint, you see, normally that argument doesn't hold. Everybody faces time constraints. Okay, so within the time constraint, what is it that you can do and come out with this one? Because if you are looking only at the instructor or the teacher's perspective, then I'm not surprised that you're coming up with certain findings that you have mentioned. Okay, I just want to find out, because having been an educator for the last how many years, I just wanted to find out what exactly is project-based learning?
Project-based learning is like you allow the students to have a project which they start from scratch, and they will be facing some challenges and trying to solve the challenges along the way. So it's like they are given a question which relates to a project, then they start it in practicals. They do it in practicals. So they learn more when they are doing practicals instead of just getting the theory.
Okay, we used to call it problem-based learning some time ago here. Okay. And what actually happens is that the role of the lecturer or the teacher changes tremendously. There's a lot of preparation that lecturers have to do in order to have effective classrooms using either a project or a problem-based approach. And students don't, so if you have not done it or you've not implemented it, have a serious critical look at it. Because what happens is that the students operate in groups. They don't work individually. They work in groups. And what happens is that you cannot isolate the good students from the weaker students. That is one of the challenges of a problem-based learning approach. So the good students, they will tend to be, I mean, they wouldn't overshadowed, or they would not be able to. So if creativity and innovation is your idea, I do not know whether problem-based learning is the approach. Okay, that's one. And my other comment, which is a serious, I think, shortcoming is that you've not tried this approach yet. And if you're proposing project-based learning, it's face-to-face. It's very hard to do project-based learning or problem-based learning using digital platforms.
Okay.
Okay, because it is difficult enough to do teaching, normal conventional teaching using digital platforms. And if you're go into new approaches, it becomes even more difficult. So, the methodology that you're suggesting, first, you will have to try out on a group of students. If you don't try it out on a group of students, you don't know how effective it is. Because otherwise, this is only whatever your studies is only a teacher's perspective. It's not a comprehensive perspective. Okay, so those are my 2 comments on your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that information. Okay, thank you, Moelson Nibarwe. I think you will take into note the comment that has been given to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. So we move on to our next presenter in China, Jingjing Zheng. Are you here? Can you listen to me?
Hello, Professor.
Okay, great. So Jing Zheng is going to present on study on inheritance, education, innovation of intangible cultural heritage into campus in the digital era. So all the best to you. Please note we'll have 10 minutes kindly. Please adhere to the time, please. Thank you.
Okay, wait a minute. Sorry, I can't find how to share the script.
Okay, what you mean cannot find? It is on the middle of the screen. Yeah, exactly.
I think is it okay?
It's perfectly okay. Just enlarge it. Fine.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon, Professor and everyone. It is my honor to present my paper. My paper title is Study on Inheritance, Education, Innovation of Intangible Cultural Heritage into Campus in the Digital Era. For the introduction, in the vast tapestry of human history, intangible cultural heritage stands as a radiant sheet, weaving together the device practice, performance, performed knowledge, intricate skill, and the very object and space that embody this tradition. It is a vibrant reflection of the cultural identity of history of nations passed down from one generation to the next. And many of these practices are facing extinction as younger generation increasingly lose interest in them and traditional knowledge holder pass away without the Caesar. So the background. So for the background, 1, insufficient cognition and insufficient emphasis. 2, a lack of teaching resource and weak teacher force. 3, single inheritance measure and insufficient innovation ability. 4, information overload and difficulty in making choice. 5, technical zero and digital divide. 6, the conflict between visual experience and real feeling. And the scope of the research. The report delved into the innovative practice and educational strategy for integrating intangible cultural heritage into campus under the digital era. It aims to enhance awareness, appreciation, and transmission of this unavailable cultural treasure among university students. In recent years, domestic and foreign scholars has conducted increasingly in-depth research on the education of intangible cultural heritage inheritance and achieved brilliant results. And This study provides a valuable reference for us to understand the current situation, problems, and development trends of intangible cultural heritage inheritance education. And for the research objectives, 1. Application effect of digital technology in the campus inheritance education of intangible cultural heritage. 2. Analysis of advantage and disadvantage of intangible cultural heritage entering campus in the digital era. 3. Proposing innovative strategy for the campus inheritance education of intangible cultural heritage based on digital technology. For the research questions, number 1, how to use digital technology innovation to promote the inheritance education mode of intangible cultural heritage on campus. 2, what challenge does the introduction of intangible cultural heritage into campus face in the digital background? Number 3, how does digital technology promote the popularization and inheritance of intangible cultural heritage on campus? And for the research methodology, there are 5. Data in the data collection. I do the quantity surveys and qualitative interviews and document analysis. And for the data processing, I will do the quantitative data and qualitative data. And the data analysis. 1. Rigorous methodology, laying the foundation for insightful analysis. 2. Data derivation, navigating the complexity of active analysis. 3. Confronting new horizon, the emergence of unforeseen challenge and change. 4. Statistical evidence and quotable insight. 5. A call for action, embrace innovation with cultural sensitivity. And there are the summary of finding. The research undertaken in this domain has yielded several significant findings. Firstly, the integration of ICH into digital campus environment has led to a surge in student engagement and interest in cultural heritage. Students who participate in ICH influence curricular exhibit and a deeper understanding and appreciation of their cultural roots. And secondly, the utilization of digital technology has enabled the preservation and dissemination of ICH on an unprecedented scale, ensuring that this invaluable knowledge is not lost to a future generation. And there are some recommendations. For the suggestion for policymaker, first, formulated special police and plans and stringent digital infrastructure construction. Third, improve the legal system. For the suggestion for educator, update education concept, innovative teaching method, stringent teacher training, and the suggestion for intangible cultural heritage inheritance. First, activity participate in campus inheritance. Second, stringent cooperation with educator. Thirdly, focus on self-improvement and innovation. Finally, is my conclusion. From this research underscores the importance of innovation of cultural heritage education. It is also highlighted the transformative potential of digital technology in reshaping educational paradigms. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Jing. Jing, can I ask Dr. Dona, please? Dr. Dona?
Sure, Prof. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, hello. So, it's a totally different area of investigation. So, may I know what is the motivation to, for your study to choose this particular topic, intangible cultural heritage into campus? May I know the motivation to take up this particular topic?
Yeah. Yes. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, okay. What is the reason for choosing such a topic for your paper presentation?
Because I am a teacher in the college, and I always study very interesting in the protection of the intangible cultural heritage. And my major is art and design. So I focused, there are a lot of intangible cultural heritage in China, but it is also facing the extinction, and there are no successor to continue to the next generation. So I think as a teacher, I think I have the a duty to make the the ICH to continue and to the next generation and into the campus for the college student.
So may I ask, what is, the major findings of your study regarding the effectiveness of using digital tools in teaching and preserving ICH?
Sorry, I can't follow.
What are your major findings from your study, regarding the effectiveness of using digital tools?
There are a few findings. Of the research undertaken in the domain has yielded several significant findings. And first, the integration of ICH into digital campus environment has led to a surge in student engagement, and there are few students interested in cultural heritage. And the student who participate in ICH influence the college and has a deeper understanding of their cultural roots.
Okay. All right. Prof, that's all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xing, for the presentation. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Lu Ben, are you able to reconnect now? Lu Ben? Can you unmute and can I hear your voice? Is it okay at your end now, Lu Ben? Okay, still I think it's an issue with Lu Ben. Is Abdullah Al Faiz from Maldives? Are you here? Because I don't see you are here, Abdullah Al Faiz. Are you connected with any other device here? Like I see one device called user. Abdullah Al Faiz? Okay, fine. So we move on to our next presenter. It is going to be Kumberiye. Kumberiye, are you able to hear me?
I'm ready now, Prof.
Okay. Who is it? Is it Kumberiye?
No, Remigio.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so you want to present, okay. So you may start sharing your screen and
Okay.
have 10 minutes to make the presentation.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Can you see?
Yes, we can see. If you can switch on your camera, then I will be able to spotlight you for others to have a look.
Camera. Right. Good morning, the colleagues in Zimbabwe, and good morning, Prof. and colleagues in Malaysia. My name is Remigio Makoni, and I'm going to present my paper titled Humanizing Technology in Education, an Assessment of Social Presence, Mechanisms, Practices, and Strategies in Zimbabwe. The introduction, the relentless pursuit to generate, adopt, and implement new technologies in education, teaching, and learning at the expense of the human element. This paper argues for social presence as an essential building block for successful learning environments. Garrison 2000 explains social presence as the ability of students to project themselves socially and emotionally as a real people in a learning community. In order to create and maintain a social dimension in learning environments, the designers and facilitators of technology-assisted learning need to create opportunities for students to interact online. Without this, there is a risk of transforming human beings into dangerous machines. This study conducts a comprehensive literature review and a survey of 13 state universities in Zimbabwe to examine the critical mechanisms, practices, and strategies of humanizing technology in education. Background to the study. Education develops what is most human in students, the capacity for wisdom and love, which requires insightful reading, depth of thought, and the autonomy that comes from virtuous self-command. These in turn require disciplined habits of patience, attentiveness, memory, and concentration, and a desire for what is truly good and beautiful. The role of computers and information technologies should be critically assessed in light of these goals, and prudence should govern their use in instruction and the completion of assignments. However, premature or excessive use of these technologies undermines the very qualities and skills education needs to cultivate. It inhibits the development of reading, comprehension, alters the very processes of composition and calculation, and creates dependence on the technologies themselves. It also hampers the transmission of tradition by isolating students from previous generations and instilling the prejudice that new equals better. Furthermore, it isolates students from one another. The scope of the study, comprehensive literature review, was done using 105 journal articles on the subject. The research was limited to peer reviewing journal articles, conference proceedings, and reports published in English between 2000 and 2024. The survey was limited to 13 Zimbabwe state universities. Literature review. Despite the rapid growth of and high hopes for online learning, to increase access to higher education, existing research has consistently identified large performance gaps between online and in-person instruction. The current literature converges to indicate that one major challenge to student success is online environments is the greater difficulties in providing a humanized learning experience where an individual is perceived as a real social agent and feels connected with others in a classroom community. In virtual environments, interpersonal interactions rely on computer-mediated communication, which is often text or graphic-based and lacks auditory inflections and visual cues that are critical components of in-person communication. This not only imposes barriers to effective communication, but may also lead to feelings of isolation and low levels of engagement in online courses. Basin Collins, 1995. Shen and Yu, 2015. Yamada, 2009. Accordingly, researchers and practitioners have consistently emphasized that the need to humanize online learning, where instructors make intentional efforts to enhance the extent to which students feel they are understood and perceived as a real person and are connected to the learning community. Literature review. Humanizing technology means designing, commercializing, and using technology responsibly, making it a useful, meaningful, accessible, distributed, and transparent as possible. It is more than just a user-friendly design. It is about creating a connection. Humanizing online learning has been defined as the use of strategies and practices to incorporate students and instructors and social agents into the learning process and enable them to feel connected with each other. Multiple theoretical frameworks, including the widely known community of inquiry framework, have discussed what a humanized online course should incorporate. 3 elements emerged as essential in most sources: student agents, instructor presence, and peer presence. Garrison et al., 1999, Lindgren and McDaniel, 2012, Rovai, 2002. Research objectives: to assess the mechanisms of and strategies of humanizing technology in education, to determine the contextual factors that enhance social presence in education technology, to synthesize existing literature, to develop a framework to balance technology and adoption in education and retention of social presence. Questions are: what are the mechanisms and strategies for humanizing technology in education? What are the contextual factors and that enhance social presence in education technology? What framework can be developed to balance technology adoption in education and retention of social presence? Research methodology. The literature search was conducted across multiple electronic databases, including Scopus, Web of Science, and Google Scholar. A combination of keywords and search terms was used to identify relevant studies. The search terms included the humanizing technology in education, social presence in educational technologies, mechanisms, and strategies for humanizing technology in education. The search was limited to peer-reviewing journal articles, conferences, proceedings, and reports published in English between 2000 and 2024. A survey, an electronic questionnaire designed using the community of inquiry model, was sent to 13 state universities seeking to understand its implementation. All 13 questionnaires were returned. Data analysis. The database search strategies, inclusion and exclusion criteria, data extraction and quality assessment, synthesis of findings. From the questionnaire, we expected to use descriptive and inferential statistics, not down due to absence of workable data. Summary of findings. There are no policies for humanizing technology in education, both at national and university levels. The concept is appreciated and understood, but regarded as abstract. Lecturers are trained to technically use educational technologies, but not the art of educating using educational technologies. There is an underlying assumption that in-person approaches are transferable to online teaching. Contribution. This research has revealed that Zimbabwe State Universities have no humanizing strategies, mechanisms, and practices in place. Has raised the knowledge and consciousness among Zimbabwe State Universities. It has underlined the importance of social interaction in learning by fostering a sense of belonging, facilitating cross-cultural interactions, and providing support networks. Reiterated and emphasized that social presence remains a key to successful online learning experience. Recommendations. Zimbabwe Council for Higher Education should immediately enact a policy to compel all state universities to provide training on humanizing technologies in education. Universities, even without policy directions, to ensure that this training is provided to their lecturers. The training should be based on the community of inquiry model with the attendant strategies, mechanisms, and practices identified in this study. And in conclusion, it was shown that while technology cannot replace lecturers, it can facilitate an online social presence that encourages learning. Lecturers should therefore become aware of how their presence or lack of may influence student satisfaction and learning. Social presence is by no means the only element of effective online teaching and learning, and should be complemented by cognitive and teaching presence. These research findings have practical implications for the design and facilitation of online learning environments, where technology plays a real or potential role. I thank you. That is my presentation, Prof. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Okay. So, in terms of your findings, if I say, which one would you highlight as your main finding of this research paper?
Yes, Prof. My main finding on this research paper is there are no policies for humanizing technology in education, both at national level as well as at university level. So it is our recommendation, a strong recommendation, that this policies be put in place.
I see. But in terms of your objective of the study, okay, if you see your second objective that you've highlighted, how would you align this with the finding of your study?
My second objective, which is to determine the contextual factors that enhance social presence in education. Yes. Prof, social presence is quite important. It is a core element of this model. It is the ability of the students to project their personal characteristics into the community. So you really need to have the policies put in place so that this, the social presence actually impacts on the outcome of the whole process.
Okay. Okay, fine, good. Dr. Sohail, anything you want to add in? to this.
Just I'd like to ask him about what
Sure.
the framework. I mean, you mentioned in the research question, what the framework that you add or implement, framework technology for sure for enhanced education.
I hardly can hear you, Doc.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm not on mute. Yeah, what the framework can be developed to balance that, or let's say the technology can be developed for adaptation in education. This
Like
is the
I've
question that
indicated,
you mentioned it in your research, how you find it, which type of a framework can implement for adaptation of education.
like I've already alluded to, Prof, there is no framework that has been developed in terms of the policy. That's why we've made that recommendation.
Thank you. Yeah. That's it. That's all from my side.
Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and we look forward for your future more research on this area topic. All the best, Remigio. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you so much. So from Zimbabwe, we move on to China. Our next paper presenter is going to present on a study on the issues and countermeasures of digital financial inclusion supporting the development of Guangxi's tourism industry by Lin Li. So yes, Lin Li, you may start presenting. You will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Though I see you have got 26 slides, Lin Li, but you have to make it within 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lini. So can you see the slides?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Okay, okay, can you hear me?
And hear you as well.
Okay, so I will start.
Yes, please.
My name is Lin Li. I'm from China, and today my presentation is on this paper title, Study on the Issues and Countermeasures of DFI, Supporting the Development of Tourism Industry in Guangxi, China. And in the introduction part, I will focus on these three key terms. First of all, I would like to introduce Guangxi. Okay, Guangxi province is also my hometown. It is located in the southern China and bordering Vietnam and the South China Sea, and positioning it as a crucial gateway for the international trade and tourism. And this region is blessed with the breathtaking natural landscapes and cultural heritage. However, the growth of this industry faces significant challenges. For example, limited access to the digital financial services in rural areas and the low financial literacy among the local population. And this study will delve into these issues and offers targeted strategies to overcome them. By enhancing DFI, I can unlock a lot of growth, okay, the substantial growth in Guangxi's tourism sectors. Okay, these are the background part. First of all, I would like to introduce the first time for Chinese government to propose the promotion of the development of DFI in the year 2016. And also formulated the G20 high-level principles on DFI. And DFI also plays a positive role in promoting tourism development. In China, there is one of the top universities, which is called Peking University. It provides an important reference for domestic research on the innovative, inclusive finance and the design of statistical index system on DFI. Therefore, it is the great significance to study DFI to support the development of Guangxi's tourism industry. And in recent years, the governments of China and my hometown Guangxi also have actively responded to the call of the state and issued a series of policies on the tourism industry. For example, this one was issued in 2023. It is called Guangxi People's Government, several policy measures on accelerating the comprehensive recovery and revitalization of cultural tourism. Okay, and then I will introduce the background on the following aspects. The first one, the tourism resources in Guangxi, and then the related policy support for DFI, and then the development status of DFI in Guangxi, and also the support for the tourism industry by DFI in Guangxi. And here I will show you some tables and figures. The first table is about the number of national A-level tourist attractions in Guangxi from 2018 and to 2022. And here you can see there are different classes of scenic sports in Guangxi. For example, 5 A-level scenic sports. Until now, until the year 2022, we have 9. And then the total number of we can say the A-level scenic sports in Guangxi is 685. And you can see it is a very big number. But compared with other developed areas in China, you can see Guangxi is here. And we can see the top one. The top one is Jiangsu province. It has got 26 5 A-level scenic sports. And then the second is Zhejiang province. It has got 21. And then the third is Xinjiang and Sichuan provinces. They have got 17. But in Guangxi, it only has got 10 5 A-level scenic sports. And then let's see, according to the data in table 2, we can see by the end of 2022, Guangxi had 1,016 travel agencies and 396 star-rented hotels. Here, and I'm living in Nanning City. Here you can see this is the capital of Guangxi province. And it also have different classes or different stars of hotels. Until I can check from the Guangxi Statistical Yearbook in 2023, you can see the total of the star hotel is 396 in Guangxi. Okay, and then next one. But although we can see the big number here, but compared with other developed areas in China, you can see Guangxi's rank is here. And the top one is Beijing. It has got the largest number of national travel agencies and the growth rate in 2023. And the second is Guangdong province, and the third is Jiangsu province. But the level of Guangxi's is maybe below the average level. And the next one, you can see this is the number of 5-star tourist hotels in China by March this year. Okay, you can see the number of Guangxi's 5-star tourist hotels is only 14. Compare with the, the biggest number is in Beijing, okay, Beijing 58. And the second, Guangdong, the first one is Guangdong province, and the second, Zhejiang province, and the third 58 is in Beijing. So compare with the developed areas, you can see the 5-star hotels only 14, okay, in Guangxi. Okay, next one, here are some policy support for DFI in China and in Guangxi. I just listed some from the year 2016 and 2023. Although there are many policy supports, but from the implications and issues I found, there is still a big space for the improvement of the policy supports. And then here you can see the distribution of provincial DFI index in 2021. This is the index, statistic index I mentioned from Peking University. And you can see this is Guangxi. Guangxi's level is below the average. And the top 3 is Shanghai, Beijing, and Zhejiang. And there is a very big road for us to go to catch up with the developed areas. Okay, next one. You can see here is the average value of the provincial DFI index from 2011 and to 2021. So you can see the tendencies going up and up, but we can see the development status of DFI in Guangxi is still below the average level. Okay, next one. I will talk about the support for the tourism industry by DFI in Guangxi. First of all, we have a large financial demand and financial supply, but also the demand cannot cannot go catch up with the supply with the from the financial institutions in Guangxi. And in my paper, I also show some data to prove this. And also I give some case studies, especially the application of DFI in Guangxi in this part. And next one, the scope of the research. The first one, that is the current state of DFI in Guangxi, and then the key issues, and then the strategies. And the last one is the impacts, or we can say the roles of the DFI in the tourism development. Okay, next one, that is about the literature
Excuse me,
review.
Linley, you have 3 more minutes to complete the presentation, please. Thank you.
Okay, okay, these are the literature review, the local study. I found 4 main aspects. For example, the measurement of DFI and the financial support and DFI in boosting the tourism development and the supporting role of the DFI in the tourism development. And the global studies just focus on the financial support for rural tourism development and the role of finance in tourism development and the financial solutions. Okay, next one, the research questions also the same as the scope of the research. The first one, current state and key issues and countermeasures, and the last one, the roles of the DFI in Guangxi's tourism sectors. And I just adopted the qualitative methods, literature analysis, and case studies. And from my research, I found the following research gaps. For example, there is it is lack of the integration between financial institutions and tourism organizations in the context of DFI. And next one, I also have some case studies or examples in the applications of DFI in the Guangxi's tourism development. And also, these are my findings and conclusion. I found some problems or issues in the application of DFI in the development of tourism sectors in Guangxi and the role of DFI. And the conclusion is DFI drives growth in Guangxi's tourism, and we must provide customized financial services to our local tourism development. And this is the contribution. And these recommendations are all go with the problems. Okay, that's all for my presentation. It is the Q&A time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Linley, for the presentation. May I kindly request Dr. Sohail, please, for your insight into this?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lily. Interesting research. Thank you so much for the research. And I know you are interesting to do this research about Guangxi. But just please brief us about what your major finding from your research. As you mentioned, the scope of your research, or one of the scope of your research, I think, impact or improve financial services. Am I right on tourism growth, kind of that? So what's the finding, the major finding?
You mean the pilot study?
Yeah, the major finding of your research.
The major findings, because my title of the paper is about the issues and the countermeasures. I just focus on the problems and strategies, how to overcome all of these problems. And then I also add my viewpoint on the roles of the DFI's application in the tourism development. Yeah, these are my findings.
Thank you so much. And you
Mhm.
mentioned something in the scoop, to improve digital financial services. Am I right? On tourism growth. For Gongxi, how you related this one?
Okay, I can, because in my paper, I have a lot of case studies, although they are all from the second-hand materials, but
Yes.
most of them are the latest. For example, I can give you two examples of my case study. The first
Yeah.
one, in Guangxi, there is a bank which is called CCB, China Construction Bank, and there is a Guangxi branch. It has got a Hui Shi Bao, the name of the Chinese name, and it is a settlement platform for the for accounting, for providing loans and sorting. And then from this platform, there are it gathers 422 A-level tourist landscapes, spots, and 1,800 star hotels, and 200 homestay resources.
Yeah, thank you,
And
Lindsay. That's great. That's great. Thank you so much. I think you are very interesting on Jiangxi tourism research. Thank you so much. That's it.
sorry,
Thank
time is limited. I
Yeah.
want to share some, my
Yeah,
findings.
thank you very
research.
much. Yeah, yes, indeed. Lin Li is very much focused and enthusiast on her the inclusion, digital financial inclusion, and yeah, and she can keep on explaining more and more on the topic, I guess. All right, thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Sunil.
thank you.
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
thank
Thank
you
you for
so
your
much, Lin Li.
suggestions, and bye-bye.
All the best to you. Bye. So now we move on to from China. We go back to Southern Africa in Zimbabwe one more time. A qualitative analysis of the viability of digital marketing strategies in conveying brand information to clients, the pharmaceuticals manufacturing sector in Harare, Zimbabwe. Kumbere, are you here? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, so you may start presenting. Thank you.
Can you now see my slides? I've started sharing.
Yes, we can see. All right, all the best.
I'm Kumbirai Makuyana Choa from Zimbabwe. I'm going to present my paper entitled A Qualitative Analysis of the Viability of Digital Marketing Strategies in Conveying Brand Information to Clients in the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Sector in Harare, Zimbabwe. Digital marketing strategy is needed for all businesses for survival in this digital environment. Digital marketing adoption has been accelerated by COVID-19 pandemic and the 21st technological advancement, as well as the lockdown that has been happening due to COVID-19, where people had to engage online transactions. Digital marketing has been found to allow firms to conscientize the public of their product brands. In the background, it has been found that Zimbabwe has its own pharmaceutical manufacturing companies, but the population and their clients, they're continuing to import the drugs that are locally manufactured in Zimbabwe. The major reason being that they don't know whether the goods are available in the local market. Therefore, there is need for the manufacturers to convey brand information or to make their brands well known in the market. This will also help the country to increase their imports, their exports, and the pharmaceutical manufacturers themselves, they'll increase their sales and boost their businesses. A significant number of people are now using internet on a global scale to do their shopping. It has been noted that digital advertising and marketing in countries like Indonesia increased by 15% by the Digital Marketing Journal of 2023. In South Africa, about 43.48 million people are using the internet, and 72.3% internet penetration. Sorry, I want to minimize this. According to Zanamwe, the study that was done in Zimbabwe pharmaceutical organizations, he adopted digital marketing technologies, included company website. The viability of digital marketing conscientizing the public on pharmaceutical brands has been not explored. That's where this study comes in to close that gap, because Zanamwe and other studies have identified the existence of those digital marketing strategies within the pharmaceutical industry, but its viability in conveying brand information has not been adequately explored. The problem is that the pharmaceutical manufacturing sector is evidenced by low market share owing to lack of competitiveness, as their brands are not well known in the market. Like I said before, we are exporting most of the drugs from India, from Zambia, that are locally produced, because the clients or the market doesn't know whether those products are locally available. Resultantly, the majority of Zimbabwe pharmaceutical products continue to be imported. Thus, about 124 million worth of pharmaceuticals were imported in 2014, according to Okereke and others, 2022. In addition, the local manufacturers only explored medical drugs valued at 1.4 million, which is very small. It's a very small percentage. The theoretical problem is that digital marketing strategies have not been adequately researched, especially using qualitative methodology and within the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry in terms of its viability in conveying brand information. The scope of the study, this study will cover the forms that are in use, the forms of digital marketing strategies that are in use within the pharmaceutical manufacturing sector. It will also cover various ways in which digital marketing strategies make the pharmaceutical manufacturing sector business viable. But nonetheless, it will also examine the challenges that are experienced in implementing those digital marketing strategies in the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry in Harare. And it is going to cover only Harare, which is the capital city of Zimbabwe. Let's move on to literature review. The keywords have been defined. Brand information is the name, design, or symbol, or any feature that distinct the seller's product from other products. And viability in this context is the term that is used to explain the ability of the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry companies to convey or share information relating to their products to the market. The literature has been reviewed using a funnel approach, and it has been tabulated here. According to Agrel 2019, who studied the forms of digital marketing in use in Indian pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, he found that the forms of digital marketing strategies that were in use were the search engine and other social marketing media. Bala and Vena also provided a critical review of digital marketing using documents. It was document analysis, and also identified search engine optimization, content marketing, influencer marketing, content automation, and e-commerce marketing. Zanangwe identified email, website, short media messages, and multimedia messages, as well as websites. Literature in relevance to the viability, we move on to the Baska and Shedler 2020. They studied on the use of digital marketing within the pharmaceutical industry and found that online transactions are allowed and are enhanced so that the customers can do online transaction while they are in the comfort of their homes. It also allowed the businesses to advertise cost effectively, which makes businesses viable. According to Levayo 2017, also found the viability of digital marketing strategies as he said that, he argued that digital marketing strategies reduced costs, it promotes convenience, timely sharing of information, and communication with clients. Nyamai also found that companies who adopted different marketing strategies make their products well-known and boost their sales. Mandal Joshi and Sheila 2016 identified the challenges that were found in implementing digital marketing strategies. And this way, the cost in acquiring the much needed equipment, the computers, the Wi-Fi gadgets, and as well as the conservative minds who resist technologies and the delay decision-making in terms of this implementation of the digital marketing strategies. Again, Triparthy 2020 identified aging population who are conservative, and sometimes we call them laggards. They resist technology and they also delay the implementation of digital marketing strategies. Not ignoring the network challenges, load shedding, electrical problems, electrical power cuts, they also pose challenges in digital marketing strategies implementation. Last but not least, GOGO 2019 highlighted the challenges that also found in implementing digital marketing strategies, especially in the low economic environments, which are still finding challenges in terms of growth, like Zimbabwe.
Excuse me, Kumberie, you'll have 3 more minutes to complete the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. The research objectives are to identify the forms of digital marketing strategies, to assess the viability in conveying brand information, and to examine the challenges. And the questions follows. This research followed a research onion concept in terms of methodology. The research philosophy was intrapersism. Research approach induction and key informant interviews were used to gather qualitative data supported by observations. The sample study was done in Harare, and purposive sampling was adopted in choosing the case study, Harare, which is the capital seat, which happened to be the hub of most of the economic activities. And data analysis was done using in vivo analysis. It was done thematically. Let's move on to the findings of the study. This is the map of Harare and the location of the various pharmaceutical companies in Harare. The findings were that in terms of age, most of the respondents were between 25 and 45. There was gender equity, and most of the management who were chosen as the sample to produce the much needed information were educated at least a degree. And the major findings in terms of forms of digital marketing strategies were that a combination of digital marketing strategies are in use within the pharmaceutical manufacturing countries, which are WhatsApp, email, website, online meetings, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram. And in terms of viability, it was found that digital marketing strategies are viable in conveying brand information, and they reduce cost of promotion. They help companies to communicate with their clients effectively and globally. They allow timeous dissemination of information and updating of information, and information on new products, brands can be shared in various forms, which can be text, videos, audios. It allows content sharing of and brand awareness campaigns can be done cost effectively. In terms of challenges, the challenges that were found are that of electrical problems, load shedding, network problems, conservative minds, cost of acquiring the gadgets. And in conclusion, it was concluded that digital marketing strategies are viable as they enable businesses to do their business and convey brand information, and this can be done timeously, cost effectively, at reduced costs. This research contributes to the pharmaceutical industry so that they understand the importance of harnessing digital marketing strategies in conveying brand information to their clients. And the academic scholars can use this in the future researches. To the government of Zimbabwe and other policymakers, the knowledge of these digital marketing strategies in conveying brand information will help them to understand digital marketing strategies and to benefit from taxation, increased country gross domestic product resulting from increased sales or business performance in the pharmaceutical industry as they boost their business, their products are known, and they can even export if they market in the global market, because it enables the global market reach. And I also recommend companies in the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry to leverage on digital marketing strategies in conveying brand information to enhance brand visibility, thereby improving business performance. The government also, through the Medical Control Authority of Zimbabwe, which governs the pharmaceutical industry, to monitor the information that is shared on various digital marketing platforms, since anyone can post anything there, yet pharmaceutical products have to be monitored. The government itself has to create an enabling environment for the use of digital marketing strategies by boosting internet connectivity, improving the infrastructure to support the use of digital marketing strategy, so that we boost the pharmaceutical business and we can market in the global market, since their products will be known. lastly, we can conclude that there are various forms of digital marketing strategies within the Zimbabwean pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, and these have proved to make the pharmaceutical business viable through various means like reducing costs, brand awareness, competitive advantage with the international giants, sharing information. Again, the challenges have been identified, and these have to be resolved and supported by government so that digital marketing is implemented and is successfully implemented. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. May I kindly ask Dr. Dona, please? Doctor?
Sure, thank you. So thank you for the presentation. So, you have done a qualitative study, and I see that, there are several themes that you have come based on your analysis, right? You've come up with after your analysis, right? So, my question is, what is the most relevant theme that has emerged from your analysis regarding the viability of digital marketing strategies? And what do they suggest about the future of digital marketing in pharmaceuticals?
Digital marketing strategies are relevant within the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, yet is underutilized. Again, the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry is a critical industry since the healthy population is needed for economic growth. So for the future, due to this and to impress the technological advancement, I would recommend the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry to harness digital marketing strategies so that they market their products. The production side within the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry has been boosted and supported by government, but the marketing to make awareness of such products that are being manufactured has not been done.
Okay. Prof, that's all from my side, Prof. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kumberia, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we want to just try one more time. Liu Bing, are you able to hear me? In China, Liu Bing? Liu Bing, are you able to hear me? I think the challenge still continues at Liu Bing's end. So sorry for that.
Maybe she should send her article to you, then use her phone. You help her and share since the laptop is disturbing.
But she's not responding. That is the problem. Yeah, she's not responding. So she has to respond, right? So the candidate is not responding to the chat also. So that is the issue. Okay. All right. We'll see. Is Alexander Kaseke here? Alexander?
Yes. Good afternoon. Good evening, Prof. I don't know whether you're approaching evening in Malaysia.
Yeah, it's already 1800 plus hours. Yeah, we are approaching. We're already in evening time. Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Prof.
Good afternoon to you over there. Yeah. Okay, so our next presenter is going to be speaking about the role of sustainable digital business and innovations in socio-economic development, a systematic literature review by Alexander Kaseke. So Alexander, you can start sharing your screen, and please kindly note you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. All the best to you. You can just unmute and start presenting, please. Okay, just unmute, please. Cannot hear you. We can see your screen, Alexander, but I think you have to unmute.
Okay.
Okay. Please start.
Okay, sorry about that, Prof. Good evening, Prof, colleagues in Zimbabwe, good afternoon. Can I proceed?
Yes, please, you can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. By way of introduction, my name is Tendai Alexander Kaseke. I'm from Zimbabwe. I have a paper that we did with colleagues, Dr. Mukunda Kuma, MS NEA, and Professor Asif. The title of the paper is the role of sustainable digital business innovation in socioeconomic development, a systematic literature review. This is a systematic literature review of peer-reviewed journals that were published between 2010 and June 2024. So the research explores how sustainable digital innovations can serve as catalysts for socioeconomic development, and by identifying strategic frameworks that facilitate the integration of sustainability in digital business operations. This study aims to provide actionable insights to practitioners seeking to navigate this complex landscape. In terms of background, thank you. In terms of background, in the contemporary landscape of global commerce, there is an intersection of sustainability and digital innovation. And this has emerged as a pivotal area for research and practice. And this has been confirmed by Kolaski et al. 2023. There's also been a rapid evolution of technology, so much that the world is grappling with challenges to do with challenges that should be resolved on environmental issues, social issues, and economic issues. And there's also challenges to do with climate change, resource depletion, and social inequality that should be resolved. The research aims to delve into this critical nexus, exploring how sustainable practices in digital enterprise contribute to the broader socioeconomic development. The research will examine how these businesses not only offer economic growth, but also enhance community resilience and promote equitable access to resources. In terms of the problem statement, despite the rapid growth of digital businesses, there's a significant gap in understanding their sustainability and socioeconomic contribution, as many organizations find it challenging to incorporate sustainable practices into their digital strategies, and also considering that digital transformation often comes at a cost and can bring negative impacts that can arise from unchecked digital growth. The scope of the research focuses on exploring how sustainable digital innovations can serve as catalysts for socioeconomic development. As I alluded to earlier on, this is systematic literature review focusing on peer-reviewed papers that were produced between 2010 and June 2024. In terms of literature review, literature points to the significance of sustainable digital businesses and innovations in socio-economic development. Through e-commerce platforms, small to medium enterprises have been able to access broader markets unlike in the past. And this has enabled them to do business with little or substantial upfront investment, and thereby creating jobs. And this has been confirmed by Bennett and Harris 2023. In addition, technology has played a critical role in the financial service sector, targeting underserved populations. This has been confirmed by Zhang et al. 2020, and this has been confirmed by practice the world over, where you have money remittance companies that are trying to remit funds throughout the globe, and also creating financial inclusion. Digital platforms enhance collaboration among stakeholders, leading to innovative solutions. And innovative solutions have been discussed, especially in green initiatives, and also on environmental sustainability, and also on strategies to foster economic growth. And then there's also improvement of operational efficiency while reducing costs, especially when organizations adopt digital platforms. By so doing, they can also invest the savings into workforce expansion, thereby ensuring viability of their businesses. Organizations that have adopted data analytics, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence are able to innovate their offerings. This has been confirmed by Acta et al. 2020. We have instances of companies such as Airbnb, Uber, that have managed to disrupt the business industry, the traditional industry, by making it more competitive, by leveraging on platform-based models, and also being able to connect the clients directly to the service. And also the organizations that have adopted digital platforms can enhance brand reputation and customer loyalty. E-commerce platforms have led to reduced carbon footprints, hence the achievement of both economic benefits and positive environmental impact. So this can be achieved by adopting sustainable practices. And there has been a business transformation due to the leverage on digital technologies. Companies are now able to shift from product-centric to service-oriented models, unlike in the past. And this has been confirmed by Soela et al. 2024.
Excuse me, Mr. Tandai, you'll have 5 more minutes to complete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In terms of challenges on implementation of sustainable practice in digital businesses, there is a lack of awareness among stakeholders regarding sustainable practice. Digital entrepreneurs are not fully informed about the benefits and the methodologies that they can deploy in integrating sustainable practices in their business. And in terms of financial limitations, that one has been cited as a major limitation to business expansion. The regulatory landscape surrounding sustainability, very often it's fragmented and cannot suit the whole globe, because there are peculiarities that surround this issue. There are differences due to geographical considerations. The other limitation is on outdated systems. We go to the research objectives. The research, the first research objective was to examine the significance of sustainable digital businesses and innovations in socio-economic development, to explore how digital businesses and innovations impact business models, to discuss the challenges with associated with implementing sustainable practices in digital businesses, and to propose viable solutions. I will not go into the equivalent research questions. Suffice to say they are aligned to the research objective. We go to the research methodology. As I alluded to earlier on, the research deployed a systematic literature review where we developed some specific inclusion and exclusion criteria to ensure that there was rigor in the review process. The systematic literature review, as I alluded to earlier on, focused on peer review articles that were published between 2010 and June 2024, focusing on sustainable digital businesses, innovation, socioeconomic impacts, business model transformations, or sustainable challenges. And we excluded non-peer-reviewed articles, such as opinion pieces in the research methodology. And then we did a comprehensive literature research, which was conducted using multiple academic databases. And then we extracted data systematically using predefined data extraction form. To ensure reliability of findings, we used the critical appraisal skills program to ensure that there was quality in the data analysis. The data was synthesized based on thematic analysis, and the themes are the role of sustainable digital businesses in enhancing socio-economic development, the transformative effects of digital innovations on traditional business models, the challenges faced by organizations when they are adopting digital innovations. Then we go to the findings. The findings, in terms of the findings, we are saying there are three areas that are critical. It has been confirmed that from the research that sustainable digital businesses contribute significantly to job creation, fostering innovation, and the promotion of environmental stewardship. The challenges in implementing sustainable digital businesses: outdated infrastructure, lack of access to advanced technologies, insufficient data analytics capabilities, cybersecurity threats in the form of hacking and phishing, absence of comprehensive regulatory frameworks, cultural inertia within organizations which can lead resistance to change, and then financial constraints, and then the struggle to leverage technology effectively to monitor and improve their sustainability efforts. These are some of the challenges, but they're not exhaustive. In terms of contribution, the research unraveled the significance of digital businesses to socioeconomic development by looking at economic growth through job creation and productivity, where we are saying the world, companies in the world are now focusing on digital platforms such as e-commerce websites, mobile applications, and cloud-based services so that they can revolutionize the distribution of goods and services. And also, we have seen small to medium enterprises penetrating the global markets, thereby increasing their competitiveness in sustainability. In a way, there has been a democratization of the market. So with the result that there has been job creation. Then addressing social issues through sustainable digital innovations, one has in mind the health sector and the education sector. The health sector, where telemedicine is playing a critical role, is where you have places that are in remote areas that have scarce medical facilities. Digital innovations have enabled companies to bring medicines to attend to patients in rural areas through or in remote areas through digital conferencing, digital consultations. And then in the education sector, you have e-learning, you have distance education learning, where certain universities have leveraged the affordances of technology to provide higher education. Then on the impact on digital businesses, on innovations model, one has in mind the transformation that has taken place in the business models. We We have here in Zimbabwe EcoCash, a money a remittance company that is brought financial inclusion. We have Starlink that has penetrated the information technology domain in Zimbabwe, which is bringing in high-speed internet and low latency, and thereby ensuring that businesses are doing well. And then we also have emergence of novel business models where we have innovative businesses that are subscription-based. You talk of companies such as Netflix and Spotify. They've been able to continuously access the market as well as maintaining customer engagement. In terms of operational, enhancing operational efficiency, the processes have been automated through artificial intelligence, thereby streamlining operations. Instead of individuals in a company focusing on repetitive processes, they are now focusing on more strategic issues. And individuals are able to engage in real-time engagement across the different geographical locations of the world because the companies and organizations are leveraging on technology to enhance operational efficiency whilst also minimizing environmental impact. The last item is on promoting sustainable resource optimization that has been achieved through sustainable digital business innovations. One of the significant. So in a way, these are some of the contributions that has been unraveled through this study. The recommendations, we recommend that governments should create policies that incentivize sustainable digital businesses through tax breaks, through tax breaks that are offered to companies that adopt eco-friendly policies. To address inadequate infrastructure, we recommend that governments must invest in digital infrastructure, high-speed internet, renewable energy, and also that business leaders should actively promote a culture of innovation within their organizations where they can come up with change management strategies so that new innovations are adopted by both workers and leaders. And then NGOs should work on campaigns that educate the public about the importance of sustainable digital businesses. The last one on the recommendation is that academic institutions can do research on best practices related to sustainable digital business models. In conclusion, we are saying that sustainable digital businesses significantly contribute to socio-economic development by creating jobs, fostering innovation, and promoting environmental stewardship. Despite the numerous benefits associated with the sustainable digital businesses, organizations must navigate the various challenges that they are likely to come across so that they minimize the impact on their businesses and on society. I thank you. These are some of the references. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Tendai Kazaki, for the presentation. All right, Dr. Dona or Dr. Suhail, who want to have a few questions for him? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor. Actually, it's very interesting research and very interesting topic. And even I had a question, to be honest with you, but you answered in your recommendation. The question was, I mean, you talk about, I think here I wrote that question, how to explore, I mean, digital transformation, or let's say kind of digital transformation we can talk about here for innovation, right? I mean, how that impact the business model, or explore how digital business or digital transformation and innovation impact the business model.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You give kind of, actually, you answer that in the recommendation. That's amazing. Yeah. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. for that one. Okay, Tendai, one issue from my end. In terms of your contribution of the study, can you highlight which contribution will or can actually make an impact in your country? If so,
I didn't get you correctly, Prof.
I'm saying that in terms of your contribution, so which contribution you think may have an impact in your country?
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. That's the digital transformation, especially in universities. We were taught a lesson by COVID-19 that we should not rely on the face-to-face. Many universities in Zimbabwe are now adopting the e-learning platforms. Fortunately, where I work, we are in open distance electronic learning university. So the education sector, I think, can be transformed, can be better transformed by leveraging on these technologies. Even the transport sector, in terms of the monitoring equipment, recently in Zimbabwe, they gazetted the law where heavy vehicles cannot be seen on the road without the necessary equipment. So entrepreneurs can come up with inventions and compete on the market on thereby introducing new forms of technology to improve the transport sector. It can be monitoring, it can be robotics. So I think the digital transformations or digital innovations have a role to play, especially for Zimbabwe, which is still developing.
I see. Okay, thank you very much for that good insight.
Thank you.
Tendai, best wishes
Thank
to
you.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. So our next presenter is going to present on assessing the impact of infrastructural development on productivity performance, a case study of the tobacco project at CUT Farm. Okay, to be presented by Adiel Mavondo. Over to you, Adiel. Please make a note. You'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation. Thank you. Are you able to hear me, Adiel Mavondo? You have to unmute, please. Adiel Mavondo? Yes, please. Adiel Mavondo, please unmute yourself and you can start presenting. You'll have 10 minutes to make the presentation on your topic, as just now I have already announced your topic. Yeah. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Asif.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Prof.
Very good afternoon.
Though in Zimbabwe, it's still... good evening, Prof. Though in Zimbabwe, it's still afternoon.
Yeah, okay. Carry on.
Right, the paper title, Assessing the Impact of Infrastructural Development on Productivity Performance, a case study of tobacco project at Kati Farm. My introduction: agriculture productivity performance is a critical factor in achieving food security and economic development, particularly in developing regions. Infrastructural development, say mechanization, irrigation, pre- and post-harvest facilities play a vital role in enhancing productivity performance. Infrastructure is a critical factor to enhancing agricultural productivity performance and ensuring sustainable development in the farming system. This study examines the relationship between infrastructure and productivity at the Cut Tobacco Project in Zvimba district of Zimbabwe, focusing on the period from 2017 to 2030. A literature review examines the impact of various infrastructural developments, say irrigation, pre- and post-harvest facilities on productivity performance, with a specific focus on tobacco farming. Scope of research. Important aspects of this study, such as population size, geographical location, key theories guiding the study, research strategy, are some of the essential elements of this subheading. Size. A size of 76 research subjects were used in this study, and they were selected using both probability and non-probability sampling. The researcher used the structured questionnaire, key informant interviews, focus group discussions as data collection tools. Correspondingly, a mixed method strategy was used to understand better the phenomenon under study. According to my literature review, I looked at goal-setting theory that argues that setting of goals assists greatly in the process of task performance in business projects. In this theory, participation is basically a good goal-setting tool in business projects. Hence, the application of this theory to tobacco farming project undertaken by Genoa University of Technology is a business concept. But past research has highlighted the importance of infrastructure in agriculture. Studies indicated that insufficient infrastructure ultimately lead to poor crop yields and reduced quality. Research objectives: to ascertain the infrastructure influences on low yield of tobacco project at Kati Farm, to examine the impact of various infrastructural developments on productivity performance of tobacco project at Kati Farm, to analyze the role of mechanization on the productivity performance of tobacco farm at Kati Farm. Research questions dovetail from the research objectives. Research methodology. An embedded research design was employed, integrating both qualitative and quantitative methods, provide a comprehensive analysis of the impact of infrastructure on productivity performance. This mixed methods approach was embarked on to comprehensively assess the impact of infrastructural developments on the productivity performance of tobacco project at Kati Farm. Data analysis, qualitative data were analyzed using thematic analysis to identify three key themes related to infrastructure and productivity performance. Inferential statistics with SPSS and Microsoft Excel to assess the relationship between infrastructure and productivity performance outcomes. Correlation analysis was used to analyze the causes of low yield of tobacco projects at Kati Farm. Summary of findings. Findings reveal that inadequate infrastructure, including insufficient mechanization, poor irrigation systems, lack of pre- and post-harvest facilities significantly impacted tobacco yields and quality. The study identified the key challenges, such as low quality inputs and efficient mechanization as many contributors to reduced productivity performance. The findings underscore the importance of infrastructure in agricultural productivity performance. This study aligns with existing literature on the role of infrastructure in enhancing farm productivity performance. The lack of infrastructure at cat farm has led to lower yields and poor quality tobacco, affecting overall profitability and sustainability. This analysis shows that infrastructure improvements, particularly the mechanization and irrigation, are crucial for enhancing productivity performance. However, lack of timely and profitable mechanization inputs and other critical infrastructure has hindered the productivity performance of the tobacco project. Contribution. The result of the study would benefit stakeholders that include the farming community, academia, cat management, and local government. The findings will also be of significance to the research and development department, hence inform the policy in regards to tobacco production best practices. Solutions to improve the productivity performance of the tobacco cat farm project will be critical to be a model to grow, manage, harvest, and market tobacco for local, regional, and national level and beyond. Recommendations. The tobacco cat farm project to embark on public-private partnerships to mitigate risk in infrastructure projects. There is need for development and rehabilitation of the tobacco cat farm infrastructure, including storage facilities, roads, irrigation, and mechanization. The tobacco project at the cat farm could fast track the farm electrification programs towards various projects on the farm as a way of promoting agricultural productivity performance. At the cat farm, we could also embark on electricity backups as a top priority at the tobacco cat farm project. A need to promote water efficient technologies such as drip, micro sprinkler irrigation systems is also important. The tobacco cat farm project needs to implement water harvesting projects to supplement rainfall and also to enable longer growing season for the tobacco. The tobacco project at the cat farm should have adequate implements for operations. In conclusion, literature highlights that infrastructure developments are the pillars for enhancing agricultural productivity performance, with significant implications for tobacco farming systems. Mechanization, irrigation systems, pre- and post-harvest facilities play essential roles in improving efficiency, reducing losses, and maintaining crop quality. Addressing infrastructure gaps can lead to substantial improvements in productivity performance and economic outcomes for the prevalent current farmers. Future research should continue to explore the specific needs and the challenges of different agricultural sectors to develop targeted infrastructure solutions. The study concludes that significant infrastructure investments are needed to improve productive performance at the cat farm tobacco project. Tobacco cat farm project is challenged by limited funding since it is self-funded. Unavailability of energy undermined the upward strategies that were needed to make the tobacco cat farm project sustainable, since lack of funding leads to poor infrastructure development and poor remuneration of the critical skill. However, despite this limitation, the assessment of the tobacco card project has enormous potential to perform far much better and boost tobacco production. There was an increase in asset ownership at the tobacco card farm project. I thank you, Prof. Asif.
Okay, thank you very much, Serial. Okay, may I kindly request Dr. Dona, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. My question is, based on your study here, how can other agricultural projects or any other farms can benefit from the insights that is gained from your study?
Okay, in fact, the tobacco project at CAT is very important. If it is done properly, the university should be a role model for the community to come and learn, because universities are there to do community service, so the local farmers will come and learn a lot from this model.
Thank you.
I have a question. So sorry, I have a question, Prof. Thank you so much. It's very interesting research, and there is the same research actually in India, same case study called Intuit. They did Intuit about farmers, not just tobacco, farmers in general, and it's very important. They assign goal just to increase their, let's say, income more 10%, and they achieve it. But they face, there is limitation. They face problem here. Now, my question to you, you mentioned in your case study, you have used quantitative and the qualitative data analysis, right? Quantitative and qualitative. My question is here, but this one related something very important. My question is, who is the audience? Are they the farmer who answer, for example, let's say the questions, if you would like to ask questions and collect data?
Okay, Prof. In fact, I had key informant at the farm, and the management, the workers at the farm were my first audience.
The first audience, the farmers, and the management of the farmers.
Yes, at the farm, and we have key informants at the farm. Those people who are involved in the tobacco projects. I also use the focus group discussions with them.
That's great, because this is the limitation, we can say, and this is the limitation that the Intuit faced, because the farmers couldn't use technology, and they tried to implement, let's say, electronic system for them to improve their performance, but they couldn't use technology, and they tried to find solution. They found another solution later, then they solved the problem. That's why I'm asking, you can consider it as a limitation, you know what I mean, or challenges, we can say, right? But this amazing research, thank you so much.
I take that, Prof.
Yeah.
Thank you, Doctor, for that insightful. Thank you, Ariel, for that wonderful presentation of yours. And thank you, Dr. Dona, as well, for that insightful information from your side. Okay, we have got our last two presenter, but I'm not sure for one of the presenter. Is Adrian Moses over here? Adrian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So you can make your presentation, then will be the last presenter will be after you, Lu Bing. But since Lu Bing is still having the challenge, she has shared with me her PowerPoint, so I'm going to just present it on her behalf. Okay, Adrian Moses, you are going to make your presentation now, and the effect of digital marketing on the Nigerian film industry performance. Okay, you may start, please, Moses. You will have 10 minutes to make the presentation. All the best.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, and I appreciate this moment and time for this. So without no further ado, so I'll go straight to it. So the main paper, the titled "The Effect of Digital Marketing on the Nigerian Film Industry Performance." So basically, if you look at the movie industry in Nigeria these days, you know, it's Nollywood anyway, it's called Nollywood. So the growth is quite something that is so enormous, in which it's now second in the world, which we have the Hollywood, in Nollywood, and also the Bollywood, which stand for the Indian movie industry. So over the years, the movie has actually grown, and one of the main aim, the way in which they actually managed to steer the growth, is looking into the area of digital marketing and how they actually engaged on some digital marketing tools in order for this to be achieved. So basically, so the aim of this is to examine the effectiveness of digital marketing tool in enhancing the business performance of Hollywood film. So basically going to the background of it. So the background of the study, we look at the industry overview of the Nollywood. Is the second largest film industry by volume. And if you check on Netflix anywhere, you see quite a lot of new movies which is coming from Nigeria. When it comes from the African sector, you see that Nigeria, Nollywood is actually being among the top. So in the digital transformation, the industry is actually shifting from traditional to a digital marketing method. And so understanding this shift is something that is actually crucial for sustained growth. So when we now look at it, but there's some couple of gaps and a couple of limitations and challenges that have been there. So which leads us to this problem statement. So what do we actually want to check in? Okay, if the marketing thing is helping the Nollywood industry itself, so why do we still need to go and make some research on it? So looking from the researches and from the writers by the likes of James in 2024, you know, they made it known that Nollywood is actually gaining tractions globally, and even Badrul et al. They actually observe some inconsistency when it comes to the digital approach. You know, they're using some theoretical methodological approach. So in their work, they actually check some consistency when it comes to the website marketing, the search engine optimization, and even the marketing performance. So basically, so now this study now is now looking into the AIDA approach of marketing, which is the attention, interest, desire, and action, looking further from what Badrul et al. Stated. So now looking into the AIDA marketing model and see how this enabled the transitioning and to know if this actually, it is going to pose a problem in the future or not. So now the scope of this research, the scope is actually limiting into the search engine optimization, the AIDA approach of the marketing model. And also we actually look at Elias Elmo. You know, Elias Elmo actually used to be one of the marketing gurus then in the 1856 and also to early 1900. So he was the one that actually brought some interesting ideologies when it comes to the our marketing landscape, and also the geographical location, which was actually limited to Nigeria itself. So looking at the literature review, we touch based on like the digital marketing in films industry itself, what it is and how the importance of the digital marketing in our film production. We look at the AIDA model extensively on how the attention, interest, desire, and action, on how actually the model was actually how it was used, it was utilized, and also we actually know then there was a gap. The researcher had some gaps in it, which was limited on the application of digital marketing. So we use which was on Nollywood specifically. So now if you're looking at the attention, which is the AIDA approach, one of the challenges that Nigeria has a lot of population, and with that population comes a lot of different movie makers, movie industries that they are trying to actually push their own movies in the market, both globally, local movies and also international movies, and even within Africa. So the strategy they used to get the attention, they actually leverage on popular actors. They made the trailer to be shot, and even red carpet event with celebrities also. They made that so that they could actually draw the attention. So now they use the popular actors, the trailers, and as well as red carpet events to actually get the attention. So now the attention have been gotten. So how is the interest, how to capture the interest? So the challenge there, like the interest is like sustaining the interest of Nigerians, of the populace when it comes to like watching a movie, because they add different taste, from drama, romance, action, and comedy. So how to get the interest to the strategy that was used there, like they engage in different trailers to use that. And before a movie is released, they actually had there would be a snippet or plot in which they used to introduce the character even behind the scene. And as well, filmmakers and stars, they actually interact with fans on social medias, at the malls, and also at the show opening. So when they got the interest or the desire, but the goal is to turn the interest to strong desire for people to watch the movie, to keep watching it. So how did they manage to navigate that? So they introduce a cultural relevance when it comes to most of the movies now. They touch on social issues that deeply resonate. There's some movie now like The Governor, like some couple of movies like that. They touch on the political landscape. So definitely people want to watch. And they also give like some limited time offer when people know that there's an urgency on something, it won't last for long. They actually create a desire, and they collaborated with influencers, to share their own excitement after watching a movie. And actually they encourage early viewers to also share their response. So while sharing this, there's a major movement on the internet, online, on social media, whereby everyone is like, oh, I need to go and watch it. And after the desire have been gotten, then there comes the action. And the action there is like, okay, we want to go watch this movie. How can we all do that? And so one of the strategies that was utilized there is like they made an easy access. It's very easily accessible. You can watch it you can pay like on YouTube, Netflix, cinema, movies, and there are like some promotions whereby they actually offer some discounted bundle offers, and as well as the community screening, and even there are like a call to action trailers. So with this, it made the action, they made the attention, interest, desire, and action. So they collaborated this together and made it to be something sustainable. So now the objective of this research is to determine the role of social media marketing on the performance of the Nigerian movie industry. And second is to ascertain how content marketing impact the performance of the Nigerian film industry. So to examine the relationship between mobile marketing and the performance, as well as to critically explore the impact of email marketing and marketing performance on film and film industry. And the fifth objective is to assess the search engine optimization, SEO, the effect on marketing performance on the film industry itself. And which brings us to the third question: what role does social media marketing play? How does content marketing impact the performance? What is the relationship between mobile marketing? What impact has email marketing or marketing performance on film industry in Nigeria? And how does search engine optimization affect the marketing performance of the film industry itself? So in order to arrive at this, we employ a research methodology in which we use, that was like a semi-structured interview was actually utilized in order to get the real, actual, accurate picture of what is actually going on.
Okay,
and on
we have
that,
2 more minutes to complete it, please. Thank you.
and on that, we have a 10 participant, and the data was analyzed. So to go to the summary of the finding, it's highlight the relevance of ADA model, and also realize about applying this, it's going to improve movie awareness, and also extend beyond traditional sales now to include internet sales. And overall, it ADA provide a structured approach for Nollywood market, and also the contribution. We have the theoretical here, and also the practical contribution also. And for recommendation, we have recommended for filmmakers, they should invest in robust digital marketing strategies. For marketers, and enhance their effort in mobile marketing, and also for future research, also studies will employ on digital platform as well. So to conclude it, So we could say in this new era of this industrial revolution 4.0, so a Nollywood marketing leaders, they must embrace technologies to gain a competitive edge, not only in Nollywood market leaders, even in other industry as well, be it you in airline, be it you also in any other industry, healthcare, and also to overcome these stakeholders, they should diversify their platform usage to backed on theme genre and focus on targeted demographic specific marketing strategies using appropriate metrics to evaluate that. And finally, to elaborate on that, we have three different major cultures in Nigeria: Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, and other by Ibibio and Kanuri. So we cannot have a direct marketing target on the same one, not one size fits all, but a tailored approach in order to include everyone in this same ship. And thanks, and that should be all. Thanks you all for listening. And any question, no sir, I'll be more than glad to answer it.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Dr. Sohail, have some question because of Donna as well.
All right, it's interesting presentation. Thank you so much for this presentation. Just I'd like to ask you, because you went quickly at the end just for timing limitation. What's your major finding here at the end of your presentation?
Okay. The major finding for this presentation, give me a moment. Okay, the major finding is that as it stands right now, the looking at the trends, we want to analyze, after analyzing on the social marketing and also the content marketing. So the major finding now is that action, interest, the desire and action, the attention, interest, desire and action, the AIDA model, it is actually a great tool to use in this modern industrial 4.0 marketing. And the marketing techniques are shift from the old traditional way. It is now moved to now internet sales.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
thank you very much. And Dr. Donna, would you have any question for him?
Sure, Prof. Okay, hello, Moses.
Yes, hello, Donna.
Yes, so my question to you is, based on your study,
yes,
like based on your study, do you, can you reveal any challenges or limitations that the Nigerian film industry faces when
yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, there is challenges and limitation. Number one challenges is for the industry that are facing. Number one is piracy. That is number one challenge they are facing. Huge piracy is over there in which they don't know how to fight it. And the second one is that number two is moral challenge. Because these days is now like, okay, incorporating morality into the movie industry. Thereby, they're having a big of challenges. Most of the movies are being banned. Money is being wasted. Investment is going down. And also the third challenge now is that including, because Nigeria is a big country with different geographical sector and different mindset, on how to capture it all, including everyone in the same boat in which everyone want to watch the movie. So that's the challenge in which you're facing now, and how to overcome that challenge is to see how they can have a tailored marketing approach to each sector.
Okay, thank you. Prof, that's all from my side. All the best to you, Moses.
Thank you, Dr. Donna.
Just a last point to add on to Moses. What is the number of annual movies that are being released from Nollywood, if you have that idea?
As it stands right now, the total number I don't have the actual data, as is the data there, just only rough estimates.
Right. Is it more onto domestic viewing, or does it have a global audience as well, like the movies getting released globally as like Hollywood and Bollywood?
Yes, some of it are released globally, while some of it are not released globally.
I see. Fine. Thank you very much.
You can find it on Netflix. Thank you very much, sir.
Netflix. Okay, that's a streamlined partners for them. Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good, interesting topic. Thank you very much, Moses.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So now we move on to our last presenter for today. Actually, the last presenter is Lo Bing, but due to the difficulty in on her presentation because of the connectivity from China. So I'm going to make the presentation. I'm going to read it out on her behalf so that at least make sure that the paper is being presented at this conference. Lobing, are you here, please? Lobing? Are you able to, if you are able to hear me? Okay, yes, again, still remains a big challenge for her. Yes, I do see her here, but it's a big challenge for her for still joining in. If you're able to hear me, if you can just kindly switch on your camera at least. If you're able to hear me, because I see you are here. Okay. So the title of this paper is Parental Influence on Social Competence, an investigation of parenting styles and children's social behavior in Chengdu, Sichuan province. So that's the title of the project or the paper. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Enable editing. Just press enable editing on the top.
You have to enable the editing, please. At the top, you see enable editing. Please enable that. Just one moment. Okay. Introduction. Family education is greatly excuse me. Can we go to the introduction? Yeah, thank you. Our family education is greatly influenced by the manner of education, and traditional education is the subject of numerous family education studies. Per 2022. Parents aim to influence their children through their parenting style, which encompasses psychological, developmental, and social behavior, a goal shared by the family education, Shu and Shea 2019. However, a number of cultural elements, including social background, moral principles, family values, and conceptions, can clearly influence how youngsters behave and develop. Background of the study. One of the main pillars of the children's development pathway is their parenting method. Their social, emotional, and cognitive behavior is shaped by them. To some extent, family education is heavily influenced by the educational path taken by the parents. An increasing number of individuals want to fulfill the goal of their home education through parenting approaches. Jan 2022. Traditional parenting methods have changed somewhat as a result of the cultural milieu in which parents and kids live, or it has indirectly impacted kids' social behavior. Colors 2021. Given that China is a developing country with enormous potential on international scene, this study is pertinent and topical. This study will yield a vital information for understanding infant development because it is based in the local culture. The scope of the research is focused on children aged between 6 to 12 and their parents in Chengdu, Sichuan province. And it explores how cultural values mediate the impact of parenting style on children's social behavior. We can see that there are a few literatures on this about Wang, Garcia et al., and Canver et al., Damon et al., and Mark et al. Talking about the different parental support and participation significantly benefits the children's emotional and social development, while Garcia et al. Talks about the positive parenting style. The Canver et al. Talks about the different parenting styles have varying impact on children with development delays, whereas Demon et al. Was focusing on the parental empowerment buffers the negative impact of parental stress, and Mark et al. Was highlighting on the improving parenting behavior, such as parenting style and enhancing parent-child relationship through early support. Among other literatures, we saw about Martinez, and Savvachos and Mangler, Liu and Gio, Hoskins, and Haslam et al. All the key findings discusses about the influence of parenting on adolescent self-esteem, on the parenting style, on high parental expectation and academic pressure, highlights on incomplete understanding and cultural influence, and Haslam et al. Talks about the cultural values did not moderate the relationship between authoritarian parenting and child adjustment. The objective of this particular research to identify the mediating role of cultural factors in parenting style and children's social behavior, to explore the cultural factor in parenting style that may have an impact on parenting style and children's social behavior, to assess the impact of parenting style on children's social behavior, and to explore the predominant parenting style among families in Chengdu. The research question follows the pattern of research objective to find out all the important impact of the research objective to influence the parenting style on children's social behavior. What are the cultural factors that influence the relationship between parenting and child social behavior? How cultural factor influences the relationship between parenting style and children's social behavior? And what are the mediating relationship between cultural factors in parenting style and children's social behavior? Methodology: combining both quantitative data and qualitative data is a mixed method study done on the Chengdu's cultural context. Due to more detail, through mixed research, we can further understand the special development of the parental education in China. Sampling method was adapted in the study is a cluster sampling applied during the quantitative stage according to the administrative regional planning of Chengdu. There are 261 existing communities in Chengdu. 10 blocks are randomly selected and questionnaires are distributed to 400 respondents. The data analysis were done, reliability and validity tests were carried out, t-tests for demographic variable for differences, correlation and regression analysis were done to explore the relationship between the variables. The main summary of findings: authoritative parenting is positively associated with higher levels of children's social competence, such as cooperation, empathy, and communication skills. Authoritarian parenting is linked to more aggressive and less comparative behavior. Permissive parenting shows mixed results with some positive impacts on social skills, but also a tendency towards less discipline and structure. Finally, uninvolved parenting is associated with the poorest social outcome in children. Among the key findings, further we can see that cultural values like collectivism and filial piety significantly mediate the relationship between parenting styles and children's social behavior. Collectivist values strengthen the positive effect of authoritative parenting, and filial piety moderates the impact of authoritarian parenting with respect for elders, potentially mitigating some negative effects. Contribution of the study: by offering the actual data from a non-Western setting, this study fills a vacuum in the academic literature that frequently ignores the cultural distinctiveness of parenting. The study's conclusion highlight the value of culturally sensitive child rearing methods and provide parents and educators with useful information. Proposed policy ideas aim to assist families in cultivating their children's social competency, with potential consequences for China's educational and social development programs. Recommendations for the parents: parents should be encouraged to adopt authoritative parenting style characterized by a balanced approach of warmth, responsiveness, and structure. This parenting style has been shown to positively influence the children's social competence, including cooperation, empathy, and effective communication. Parenting programs and workshops should be developed to educate parents about the benefits of authoritative parenting and provide practical strategies for its implementation. Educators and social workers should be trained to understand and incorporate these cultural factors when working with families, ensuring that their guidance aligns with the cultural values and norms of the community. Conclusion: understanding the cultural dimension of moral development And the effectiveness of moral education requires a nuanced approach that considers the diversity of cultural values and ethical framework. Future research should continue to explore these intersections with a focus on developing culturally responsive moral education programs that cater to the diverse needs of students in an increasingly globalized world. So with that, we come to a conclusion of the paper which was researched by Liu Bing from Chengdu in China. So thank you very much for that, Liu Bing, for that paper. Maybe Dr. Sohail or Dr. Dona, if you want to add on anything, how to further improve the paper, you are most welcome to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And
Sure.
thank you, Lubing. It's interesting area actually to do research on it. For me, I don't have any question about it, but it is interesting research. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Dona, anything you want to add on?
No, Prof. So I don't have anything more to add. It's a good paper. So wishing Liu Bing all the best. That's all from my side.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Dona and Dr. Sohail. Liu Bing, I think you have got the information from the panel. And yes, you can carry on the work and further, add on the analysis. This is part of the qualitative component, which at the moment I saw was missing from here. So though the quantitative component you have added, so I think you can look into that one. So thank you very much, Liu Bing, for that presentation of yours. And I'm really sorry for your connectivity issue over in China, in Chengdu especially, and you could not present it yourself. But nevertheless, it got presented. That's most important. All right. So thank you very much, all of you. With that, actually, we have come to the end of our day 3 of the conference. Now is basically towards the end, actually, as a summary of day 3 and a vote of thanks from myself as a convener of the conference. So we have seen today 18 papers being presented. Just one paper could not be presented because Abdullah Faiz from Maldives is traveling and he could not really get connected with us for that presentation of his. Or else 18 of the papers in the field of, in the track of social dimension, digital business, and teaching and learning were seen at this platform today. And with that, actually, we have come to the paper presentation end for our 3 days of conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear researchers, participants, and attendees, I say again, a good evening, good afternoon to all of you who are listening to us over here. It is my distinct privilege and honor to stand before you today to deliver the vote of thanks for this remarkable international conference on business, education, and technology. As the curtains draw to a close on this global event, it is imperative that we take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who have made this conference an immense success. This 3 days mega research carnival has seen 52 research papers being presented in the track of social dimension, digital business, artificial intelligence, and teaching and learning, with over 1,000 minutes of marathon presentation. Yes, I repeat, 1,000 minutes of marathon presentation in last 3 days. So across 21 countries from Asia, Africa, North America, Europe, and Australia. First and foremost, my deepest gratitude goes out to our distinguished keynote speaker, the panelists who have generously shared their knowledge, expertise, and experiences with us. Your insights have been enlightening and inspiring, shaping the future of business, education, and technology. Your dedication to imparting wisdom and fostering innovation is truly commendable. I would also like to extend my sincerest appreciation to all the participants from different corners of the globe to be a part of this conference. Your active participation and engagement have enriched the discussions and debates, making this conference a melting pot of diverse perspectives and ideas. My gratitude also extends to the organizing committee, especially my volunteers, who have worked tirelessly behind the scene to ensure the smooth execution of this conference. Your dedication and meticulous planning have been instrumental in creating an environment conducive to learning and networking. A special thanks to the top management of Binary University and the Center of Advancement of Management for always encouraging and promoting the culture of research, conferences, through innovation in the university and among the students and our alumni as well. Your support in fostering the next generation of thought leaders and entrepreneurs is invaluable. Lastly, but certainly not least, I want to thank each and every one of you, the attendees. Your presence, enthusiasm, and commitment to the pursuit of knowledge and excellence in business, education, and technology have made this conference a resounding success. Your questions, discussions, and interactions have created an atmosphere of intellectual curiosity and collaboration that will undoubtedly have a lasting impact on our respective fields. In conclusion, ICBET 2024 have been a testament to the power of collective wisdom and collaboration. As we live here today, let us carry with us the knowledge, insights, and inspiration gained from this event, and let it fuel our endeavors in the world of business, education, blended with technology. Thank you once again to everyone who has contributed to the success of this conference. We look forward to future collaborations and continued academic and research journey and growth. Thank you, and see you all in 2025 with another exciting international conference coming up to you very shortly. Have a blessed day ahead, and good night, all of you from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Good night.
Good night. Bye.
Night.
Good night, Prof.
Bye, Professor. Thanks.
Good night, Professor.
Good night.
Thank you all.
Bye. Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Professor.
Bye, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye. Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So